Omni-System. Phase 1, the apex predator of Queens. To keep the pacing explosive and fit the format, these are written as fast-paced, serialized narrative beats that establish Rudra's power, his dynamic with Peter, and the lethal reality of this universe. Chapter 1, The Rebirth and the Omni-System. Rudra gasped, his lungs burning as if he had just breached the surface of a frozen lake. He wasn't in his own bed. He was lying on a cheap mattress in a cramped, moldy apartment. Memories flooded his mind, two lives merging. He was Rudra, but he was also a 17-year-old orphan living in Queens, New York. A glowing blue screen materialized in his retinas. Omni-System initialized host soul bound. Welcome to Earth 616b, variant, dot. Status, vulnerable. The Marvel Universe is a Grade S death zone. Initial gift, 1% Viltrumite physiology, invincible template, unlocked. Rudra clenched his fist. A localized shockwave popped the stale air in his room. He felt the dense, terrifying potential of the Viltrumite DNA weaving into his muscles. He walked to the window and looked out at the New York skyline. Avengers Tower pierced the clouds in the distance. "I'm not surviving this as a bystander," Rudra muttered, his eyes cold and pragmatic. "I'm going to rule it." Chapter 2, The Spider's Bite. Midtown High was exactly as Rudra remembered from the comics, only more tedious. He sat in the back of the OS Corp genetics bus, his enhanced Viltrumite hearing picking up the heartbeat of every student. His focus, however, was on a scrawny kid in the front, Peter Parker. During the lab tour, Rudra kept a safe distance. He didn't want to disrupt the inciting incident. Using the microscopic vision granted by his 1% Viltrumite template, he watched the genetically altered spider descend from its web. It landed on Peter's hand. Bite. Peter winced and slapped his hand. System quest triggered, the spider's shadow objective, establish dominance and mentor the nascent Spider-Man. Do not let him become a soft-hearted liability. Reward, basic observation hacky. Rudra smirked. The game had officially begun. Chapter 3, First Blood. That night, Rudra didn't sleep. He went hunting. The streets of Queens were crawling with low-level thugs. He found 3 men cornering a convenience store clerk in an alleyway. "Empty the register, old man," one thug growled, pulling a switchblade. Rudra dropped from the fire escape, landing silently despite cracking the concrete beneath his sneakers. "Leave the cash. Give me your teeth." The thugs charged. To Rudra, they were moving in slow motion. He didn't use technique, he just used raw, 1% Viltrumite stats. He caught the first thug's wrist and squeezed. Bone shattered like dry wood. A casual backhand sent the second thug flying 20 feet into a dumpster. The third ran. Combat experience gained. Target neutralized. System points, plus 50. It was a start. But Rudra knew that against Thor or Hulk, 1% was nothing. He needed to farm harder. Chapter 4, Awakening the Mind's Eye. A week passed. Peter was exhibiting his new powers, accidentally ripping off doors and catching lunch trays. Rudra ignored him for now, the system required him to unlock his next skill before engaging. Rudra spent his nights raiding chop shops tied to Wilson Fisk, the kingpin. He amassed 500 system points. Points deducted, 500. Unlocking, basic observation hacky, one-piece template, dot. Suddenly, the world exploded with sensory input. Rudra closed his eyes. He could feel the presence of the rats in the walls, the pigeons on the roof, and the aggressive intent of the gang members sleeping off a bender 3 buildings away. He could predict movements seconds before they happened. He was no longer just a brawler, he was a predator with radar. Chapter 5, The Dress-Up Game. Peter finally put on the suit, a ridiculous red and blue onesie. He was swinging clumsily through Queens, stopping purse snatchers but leaving immense collateral damage. Rudra intercepted him on a rooftop overlooking a jewelry store heist. Peter was monologuing to himself, preparing to jump down. "You're going to get yourself killed, Parker," Rudra said, stepping out of the shadows. Peter jumped, spinning around. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Your stance is wide, your center of gravity is a mess, and your suit offers zero ballistic protection," Rudra said, ignoring the question. "Throw a punch at me. Give it everything you've got." "I don't want to hurt you, man," Peter warned. Rudra used observation haki. He saw Peter's trajectory before the boy even twitched. When Peter finally lunged, Rudra simply tilted his head. Peter swung at empty air, and Rudra swept his legs, slamming the spider into the gravel. "Lesson 1, Rudra said coldly. "This isn't a comic book. This is war." Chapter 6, Forging the Weapon. Quest update, mentorship initiated. Sync rate increasing. For the next month, Rudra's life was divided into two halves, high school by day, and brutally training Peter by night. Your spider sense warns you of danger, but your body doesn't know how to react efficiently. Rudra barked, dodging a web strike and elbowing Peter in the ribs. "Stop relying on instincts alone. Weaponize them." Peter groaned, picking himself up. "You hit like a freight train, Rudra. What even are you?" "I'm the guy keeping you alive for when the real monsters show up," Rudra replied. And the real monsters were indeed coming. Rudra's disruption of Fisk's operations was making waves. Chapter 7, The Goblin's Formula. Deep beneath OS Corp Tower, Norman Osborn reviewed security footage of a blurred figure, Rudra, dismantling a dozen of Fisk's armed guards in seconds. "Fisk is weak," Norman sneered. "He relies on thugs. OS Corp relies on evolution." He looked at the glowing green vial in his hand. The ounce formula. It wasn't ready, but seeing Rudra's impossible strength pushed Norman over the edge. If superhumans were walking the streets of New York, OS Corp needed an apex predator of its own. Norman injected the formula. His screams echoed through the sterile lab as his skeleton began to warp and expand. Chapter 8, The Enforcers. Kingpin didn't take kindly to losing territory. He contracted 3 high-tier mercenaries Ox, Montana, and Fancy Dan, equipping them with salvaged Chitauri weaponry bought on the black market. Their target, the vigilante dismantling their docks. Rudra was waiting for them in an abandoned shipping yard. Montana cracked an energy whip that sizzled with purple alien plasma. Ox, wearing a mechanized exoskeleton, cracked his knuckles. "Fisk sends his regards, kid," Montana sneered. "Fisk should have sent an army," Rudra replied, his observation haki flaring to life. He saw the plasma whip's trajectory. He didn't run. He walked forward. Chapter 9, Blackening the Fists. The battle was chaotic. The Chitauri plasma was hot enough to scorch even Rudra's Viltrumite skin. Montana's whip wrapped around Rudra's forearm, burning the flesh. Ox charged like a rhinoceros, slamming Rudra through a steel shipping container. Warning, host sustaining damage. System points threshold reached, 1,000. Unlock available, basic armament haki. Unlock it, Rudra snarled through bleeding teeth. Rudra stood up from the rubble. He looked at his hands. A dark, metallic sheen spread over his skin, turning his fists pitch black. The heat of the plasma whip suddenly felt like a warm breeze. Chapter 10, Sending a Message. Ox charged again, throwing a hydraulic-powered punch meant to shatter concrete. Rudra didn't dodge. He caught the massive metal fist with one black-coated hand. The shockwave blew the dust away in a perfect circle around them. Ox's eyes widened in terror. The exoskeleton whined, struggling against Rudra's grip. Rudra squeezed. The Chitauri metal crumpled like tinfoil. With a devastating armament-haki-infused right hook, Rudra caved in the chest plate of the armor, sending Ox flying 50 feet into the bay. He moved at blurring speeds, snapping Montana's whip and knocking out Fancy Dan with a single strike. Rudra picked up Montana by the collar, his eyes burning with cold authority. "Tell Fisk the street-level games are over," Rudra whispered. "Queens belongs to me. Phase 1 system evaluation, C rank. Sync rate, 2%. Warning, OS Corp biological threat detected in proximity." Chapter 11, The Weight of Reality. Peter swung onto the roof of the abandoned shipping yard, his breath catching in his throat. The area looked like a war zone. Shipping containers were torn open, concrete was cratered, and Kingpin's elite enforcers were being loaded into heavily armored police transport vehicles, completely broken. Rudra sat on the edge of the roof, his legs dangling over the precipice, calmly wiping a speck of blood from his cheek. "You did this?" Peter asked, his voice trembling behind the mask. "Rudra, you could have killed them." "But I didn't," Rudra replied smoothly, not looking back. "I dismantled their weapons and broke their morale. If you had fought them, Peter, your suit would be ashes right now, and you'd be a smear on the pavement. You pull your punches because you're afraid of your own strength. Out here, hesitation is death. System notification, host's ideology is clashing with the spider totem. Sync rate holding at 2%. Peter balled his fists. "There has to be a better way than just being a brute." "Then find it," Rudra said, standing up and leaping into the darkness. "Because the brutes are only getting stronger." Chapter 12, A New Breed of Madness. In the penthouse of OS Corp, the silence was broken by heavy, ragged breathing. Norman Osborn stood before a floor-to-ceiling mirror, but the reflection was no longer human. The ounce formula had hyper-evolved his musculature, turning his skin a sickly, pale green. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and burning with a fractured intellect. "Perfection," Norman whispered, his voice distorted into a deep, guttural rasp. He walked over to a secure vault and punched the steel door off its hinges with casual ease. Inside rested prototype military hardware, a glider powered by a microfusion engine and arsenal of concentrated incendiary explosives shaped like innocent pumpkins. The Green Goblin wasn't just born, he was armed. And he wanted to test his toys on the man who thought he ruled Queens. Chapter 13, The Prowling Cat. Rudra needed eyes and ears. His observation haki was powerful, but its range was limited to a few city blocks. He couldn't be everywhere at once. While patrolling the financial district, his haki pinged a sharp, precise intent to steal, completely devoid of malice. He followed the sensation to a high-rise museum where a specialized Wakandan vibranium artifact was on display. Dropping silently through the skylight, Rudra found a figure clad in skin-tight black leather, expertly bypassing a grid of laser tripwires with gymnastic grace. She had platinum blonde hair and a domino mask. Felicia Hardy. The Black Cat. "You're making too much noise on the landing," Rudra said from the shadows. Felicia flipped backward, producing a custom grappling hook in a split second. "I didn't make a sound, handsome." "Who are you?" "Security." "I'm the guy who is going to offer you a job," Rudra said, stepping into the moonlight. Chapter 14, An Offer You Can't Refuse. Felicia smirked, sizing him up. "I work for myself. And I steal things. I don't do jobs." Rudra moved. With 1% Viltrumite speed, he crossed the 50 feet between them instantly, bypassing her reflexes entirely. Before she could blink, he was standing directly behind her, holding the vibranium artifact she had come to steal. "You steal shiny things because it's a thrill," Rudra said, tossing the artifact into the air and catching it. "Work for me as my primary intelligence gatherer, and I will give you thrills, protection, and tech that makes this piece of metal look like a child's toy. Refuse, and I turn you over to Kingpin's men, who you stole from last week." Felicia's smirk faded. She realized she was standing next to an apex predator. She exhaled slowly. "What's the pay?" "The world, eventually," Rudra answered. "But for now, New York." Chapter 15, Otto's Ambition. Dr. Otto Octavius adjusted his glasses, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was in Oscorp's underground cybernetics lab, supervising the final integration of his life's work, a harness equipped with 4 highly advanced, brain-linked mechanical tentacles. They were designed for handling hazardous materials, specifically the unstable tritium energy core Oscorp was developing. "Dr. Octavius," a voice echoed. Otto turned to see Norman Osborn, wearing a tailored suit that seemed too tight for his suddenly massive frame. Norman's eyes were erratic. "I need the tritium core moved to my private facility. Tonight." "Sir, it's highly volatile. The containment field hasn't been fully tested," Otto protested. Norman smiled, a terrifying, shark-like grin. "Do it, Otto. Or I'll find a scientist who will." Chapter 16, The Goblin Strikes. Peter Parker was swinging through Midtown when his spider sense screamed like a fire alarm. It wasn't a warning of a mugging, it felt like a bomb going off in his skull. A maniacal cackle echoed through the skyscrapers. Out of the clouds dived a figure on a metallic glider, leaving a trail of black smoke. The Green Goblin had arrived. The Goblin tossed a glowing orange sphere at a crowded intersection. "No!" Peter yelled, shooting a web to propel himself faster. He caught the pumpkin bomb mid-air, wrapping it in a dense cocoon of webbing before hurling it upward. The explosion rattled the windows for blocks. The Goblin halted his glider, hovering in the air. "A spider? How quaint! Let's see if you squash." Chapter 17, A Bloody Lesson. The Goblin's physical stats were absurd. When Peter tried to punch him, Norman didn't even flinch. A backhand from the Goblin sent Spider-Man crashing through a billboard and plunging onto the roof of a moving bus. "You're weak," the Goblin roared, diving down and grabbing Peter by the throat. "Just a boy playing dress-up." Peter gasped for air, his vision blurring. He remembered Rudra's words. "You pull your punches because you're afraid." Peter stopped struggling, clenched his fist, and put his entire core into an uppercut that caught the Goblin flush under the jaw. The Goblin's head snapped back, but he just laughed, spitting out a tooth. He raised a wrist-mounted blade, ready to gut the young hero. Suddenly, a localized sonic boom cracked the air. The Goblin was violently thrown off his glider by a blur of motion. Chapter 18, Armament vs Armor. Rudra stood over Peter, his fists already coated in the black sheen of armament haki. "Get up, Parker," Rudra ordered, never taking his eyes off the Goblin, who was recovering incredibly fast. "Watch how it's done." "Who are you supposed to be?" the Goblin snarled, calling his glider back to his feet. "Your eviction notice," Rudra replied. The Goblin charged, the glider's blades spinning furiously. Rudra didn't use webs or acrobatics. He stepped into the charge. He caught the front of the massive glider with his bare, haki-coated hands. The thrusters whined, burning the concrete beneath Rudra's shoes, but he didn't budge an inch. With a roar, Rudra violently twisted his torso, flipping the entire glider and the Goblin upside down, smashing them into the asphalt. Chapter 19, The Tentacles Fuse. Miles away, at Oscorp, the seismic shock of the Goblin's rampage was shaking the city's power grid. In the lab, the unstable tritium core began to pulse violently. "Shut it down!" Otto Octavius screamed, using his mechanical tentacles to try and manually cap the reactor. A power surge ripped through the building. The control console exploded. A massive shockwave of radioactive energy blasted Otto against the wall. The intense heat melted the inhibitor chip at the base of his neck, permanently fusing the mechanical harness to his spine. As the smoke cleared, Otto didn't stand up. The tentacles did it for him, lifting his unconscious body into the air, their artificial intelligence now merging with his shattered psyche. Chapter 20, The calm before the storm. Rudra stood over the crater where the goblin had crashed, but the villain was gone, having used a smokescreen bomb to escape into the sewers. System alert, major divergence detected. Quest generated, the Times Square convergence. Objective, defeat the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Protect the civilian populace. Reward, system rank up. Conqueror's Haki, initial awakening, unlock. Rudra read the glowing blue text in the sky. He let out a long breath, dismissing the armament Haki from his fists. Peter limped over, clutching his ribs. He was so strong, Rudra. I couldn't even dent him. He's augmented, and he's not working alone for much longer, Rudra said coldly, his mind already calculating the tactical variables. He tapped an earpiece. Felicia. I need you to break into Oscorp's main server. Things are about to get very ugly, very fast. Phase 1 was reaching its climax. The King of Queens was about to go to war. Here are the next 10 chapters, bringing Phase 1 to its explosive climax in Times Square and setting the stage for the cosmic horrors of Phase 2. Chapter 21, The Cat's Prize. Felicia Hardy didn't just break into Oscorp, she practically waltzed in. Using a cloaking device Rudra had cobbled together from salvaged Chitauri tech, she bypassed the biometric scanners and accessed Norman Osborn's private terminal. You owe me a serious date for this, boss, Felicia whispered into her comms, her fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. Focus, Felicia. What do you see? Rudra's voice crackled in her ear. It's a mess. There was a massive energy spike in the underground cybernetics lab. Security footage shows Dr. Otto Octavius leaving the building, but he wasn't walking. He was being carried by giant metal tentacles. Oh, and Norman Osborn has been siphoning funds to buy weapons-grade tritium. A massive shipment is moving through Times Square tonight. A bottleneck, Rudra deduced instantly. It's a trap. Chapter 22, Whispers in the Wire. Deep in an abandoned warehouse by the docks, Otto Octavius stared at his reflection in a puddle of dirty water. The man looking back was terrified, but the 4 titanium tentacles fused to his spine hummed with cold, calculating authority. We need the tritium, a synthetic voice echoed in Otto's mind, a byproduct of the neural interface overriding his prefrontal cortex. The experiment must be completed. We will build the sun. I can't just steal it, Otto muttered, clutching his head. People will get hurt. People are variables. The equation is all that matters. Suddenly, the warehouse doors blew open. A cackling figure descended on a glider. The Green Goblin hovered just out of reach of the tentacles, which had instantly snapped into defensive postures. Doctor, the Goblin rasped. I believe we have a mutual interest in tonight's shipment. And a mutual hatred for the pests that crawl around this city. Chapter 23, The Times Square Convergence. Times Square was bathed in the neon glow of giant billboards. Thousands of tourists milled about, completely unaware of the armored convoy pushing its way through the heavy traffic. Inside the lead truck sat a magnetically sealed vault containing the tritium. On a rooftop overlooking the square, Rudra crouched in the shadows. Next to him, Peter nervously adjusted his mask. There are too many civilians, Peter said, his voice tight. If a fight breaks out here, then you do your job and prioritize evacuation, Rudra interrupted. I will handle the execution. Remember your training, Peter. Use the environment. Don't fight force with force, fight it with physics. Before Peter could nod, the ground shook. A pumpkin bomb shattered the asphalt in front of the convoy, flipping a 5-ton armored truck into the air like a toy. The screaming began. Chapter 24, Chaos Theory Showtime, Rudra muttered. Dr. Octopus ripped through the pavement from the subway tunnels below. His tentacles easily tore the reinforced doors off the remaining trucks. The guards opened fire, but the mechanical appendages moved with blinding speed, swatting the bullets out of the air and tossing the men aside. Peter swung down, shooting a wide web net to catch a falling piece of debris before it crushed a family. "Hey, Doc!" Peter yelled, landing on a lamp post. "Didn't your mother teach you not to play with hazardous materials?" "Spider-Man," Otto snarled, the AI fully in control. Two tentacles shot forward, extending 30 feet to crush the hero. Peter didn't try to punch them. He leaped backward, webbing the tentacles to a passing city bus, using the vehicle's momentum to rip Otto off his feet. "Not bad, kid," Rudra said, watching from above. Then, his observation hacky screamed. Chapter 25, The Goblin's Gambit. The Green Goblin didn't attack Peter. He flew straight up, locked eyes with Rudra on the rooftop, and unleashed a barrage of micromissiles. Rudra didn't flinch. His arms blackened with armament hacky. He moved at 1% Viltrumite speed, punching the missiles out of the air. The explosions swallowed the rooftop in fire, but Rudra emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, leaping directly at the glider. He collided with the goblin mid-air. The two of them crashed into a massive digital billboard, shattering the glass and sending sparks raining down onto the panicked crowd below. "You're strong," the goblin hissed, pinning Rudra against the steel frame with unnatural strength. "But you can't save them all." The goblin pressed a button on his wrist. All around Times Square, dozens of heavily armed OS Corp mercenaries stepped out of civilian vans, raising automatic weapons at the crowd. Chapter 26, Checkmate. Kill the spider. Kill the civilians. Burn it all to get the tritium, the goblin roared. Rudra looked down. Peter was dodging a barrage of gunfire while desperately trying to keep Dr. Octopus away from a group of trapped tourists. The hero was bleeding, exhausted, and overwhelmed. There were simply too many guns. Rudra felt a strange, boiling pressure in the center of his chest. It wasn't physical, it was an absolute, dominating fury. He was the apex predator. These insects were ruining his city. System alert, host's willpower has exceeded environmental suppression. Quest condition met, Times Square convergence. Unlocking, Conqueror's Haki, initial awakening, ... Rudra's eyes turned cold. "You talk too much, Norman." Chapter 27, The Will of the King. Rudra pushed the goblin off him with a burst of brute strength and stood on the edge of the shattered billboard. He didn't raise a fist. He simply took a breath and unleashed his sheer, unadulterated willpower. A massive, invisible shockwave of dark red energy exploded outward from his body. It washed over Times Square like a tidal wave. The effects were instantaneous. The OS Corp mercenaries froze. Their eyes rolled into the back of their heads, and they collapsed to the pavement like strings cut from puppets. Dozens of them, out cold in a single second. Peter stumbled, feeling an immense pressure push him to his knees, but he remained conscious. Dr. Octopus gasped, "The sheer force of Rudra's will temporarily short-circuiting the neural link to his AI." Chapter 28, Dismantling the Board. The Green Goblin clutched his head, staggering on his glider. What did you do?" Rudra didn't answer. He dropped from the billboard, landing squarely on Doc Ock's mechanical harness. Before the AI could reboot, Rudra infused his hands with armament haki, grabbed the two lower tentacles, and pulled with his Viltrumite strength. Metal shrieked. Sparks flew. With a sickening crunch, Rudra ripped the tentacles clean off the harness. Otto screamed and passed out from the shock. Rudra looked up at the goblin. "Your move." Terrified by the display of absolute dominance, the goblin spun his glider around and blasted into the night sky, abandoning the tritium, his mercenaries, and his pride. Chapter 29, The Apex established. The police sirens wailed in the distance. Times Square was a graveyard of unconscious mercenaries and shattered concrete, but not a single civilian had died. Peter swung down, looking at the unconscious bodies scattered across the square. Rudra, how did you do that? You didn't even touch them. It's called intent, Peter, Rudra said, brushing dust off his jacket. When you know you're the strongest in the room, you don't always have to throw a punch to prove it. Felicia dropped from a nearby fire escape, landing gracefully next to them. She looked at the carnage and let out a low whistle. Remind me never to ask for a raise. Gather the tritium, Rudra ordered her. I'll keep it secure. The police can have Octavius. Chapter 30, The Sky Falls Phase 1 System Evaluation, S Rank. Flawless dominance achieved. Sync rate increased to 15%. Unlocking, Speed Force, Initial Spark, the Flash Template. Rudra felt a sudden, terrifying jolt of electricity race through his nervous system. Time seemed to stutter. He could see the individual rotations of the helicopter blades flying overhead. The power was intoxicating, but highly unstable. He looked up at the night sky to steady himself. But the sky was wrong. Hey, guys, Peter pointed upward, his spider sense giving a low, ominous hum. Are there supposed to be shooting stars in New York? Streaks of fiery debris were tearing through the atmosphere, illuminating the clouds in an eerie, unnatural glow. But they weren't meteors. Through his enhanced vision, Rudra could see black, viscous masses clinging to the rocks, writhing and pulsing with a hunger that spanned galaxies. Phase 1 was over. The symbiote wars had begun. Phase 2, the speed of sound and symbiote wars. The scale expands beyond street-level thugs to an extraterrestrial invasion, forcing Rudra to master his new abilities. Chapter 31, The Black Rain. The meteorites didn't strike the Earth with world-ending force, they shattered mid-air, raining down across the tri-state area like a barrage of artillery shells. One massive chunk slammed directly into Central Park, sending a plume of dirt and steam into the night sky. What is that? Peter asked, his spider sense buzzing like a swarm of angry hornets. Aliens? Tell me it's not aliens. Worse, Rudra said, his 15% Viltrumite vision zooming in on the crater miles away. He saw the black, tar-like substance oozing from the space rock. It was moving with purpose, slithering toward a group of fleeing paramedics. Felicia, get the tritium to the safe house. Now, Rudra ordered. He didn't wait for a response. He tapped into the newly unlocked Speed Force. The world instantly froze. Yellow lightning crackled across his retinas. With a single step, the concrete beneath him exploded, and Rudra vanished. Chapter 32, The Initial Spark. Rudra reappeared in Central Park in a fraction of a second. The sudden deceleration was agonizing. The Speed Force was fighting him, his body, despite its Viltrumite durability, felt like it was being ripped apart by friction and kinetic energy. Warning, Speed Force, Initial Spark, is highly volatile. Prolonged use without proper kinetic discharge will result in cellular combustion. He didn't have time to worry about it. A massive blob of black sludge had just launched itself at a paramedic's face. Moving faster than the human eye could track, Rudra intercepted the slime. He grabbed it mid-air. It hissed, burning like acid against his skin, trying to burrow into his pores. Rudra coated his hands in armament haki, crushing the entity until it screeched and dissolved into black ash. Get out of the park! Rudra roared at the paramedics. The invasion had officially begun. Chapter 33, A Disgraced Host. Eddie Brock was drunk, bitter, and out of a job. His investigative piece on Oscorp's illegal genetics program had been squashed by the Daily Bugle after a mysterious vigilante, Rudra, completely dismantled Kingpin's empire, making Eddie's sources irrelevant and painting him as a hack. He was stumbling through an alley near the docks when a smaller, secondary meteorite crashed into a dumpster nearby. Eddie coughed through the smoke, peering into the crater. A black, liquid mass surged upward, latching onto his chest. He screamed, but the sound was muffled as the symbiote flooded down his throat, merging with his bloodstream, feeding on his anger, his resentment, and his immense hatred for the new heroes of New York. "We are broken," a voice hissed in Eddie's mind. "Then fix me," Eddie thought back. "No. We will fix them." Venom opened its milky white eyes and smiled a jagged, terrifying grin. Chapter 34, The Brass Arrives. By dawn, Manhattan was under martial law. Stark Industries drones filled the sky, scanning for the alien biomass. Rudra was standing on a gargoyle atop the Chrysler Building, watching the chaos unfold. Below him, Captain America and Iron Man were coordinating a barricade. "You're making a mess of my city, Metal Man," Rudra muttered. Iron Man's thrusters whined as Tony Stark hovered up to eye level with Rudra. "I don't know who you are, kid, but taking down a few mobsters doesn't put you in the big leagues. Stand down. The Avengers are handling this." "Handling it?" Rudra scoffed. "Your repulsor blasts are just scattering the biomass. You aren't killing them, you're multiplying them. They're parasites, Stark. They adapt." Before Tony could retort, a massive explosion rocked the horizon. It wasn't in Manhattan. It was the Raft, the maximum security prison. Chapter 35, The Red Carnage. Norman Osborn had lost his empire, his sanity, and his dignity. Hiding in a forgotten Oscorp safehouse near the harbor, he watched the alien invasion on a stolen monitor. He was dying, the flawed goblin formula was eating his organs. Then, a red symbiote, an offspring of the black mass, separated during the atmospheric entry, slithered through the ventilation shaft. It sensed Norman's madness. It sensed his altered, hyper-lethal biology. The bond was instantaneous and catastrophic. The symbiote didn't just cover Norman, it fused with the goblin formula in his blood. He grew taller, leaner, and infinitely more dangerous. His skin turned a bloody, shifting crimson. He didn't need a glider anymore. He was a god of chaos. The Red Goblin threw back his head and laughed, the sound shattering the reinforced glass of the safe house. Chapter 36, Weaponizing the Frequencies. Rudra regrouped with Peter and Felicia at their hidden warehouse base. "Iron Man is wrong, but he has the resources," Rudra said, sketching a schematic on a whiteboard. "My clashes with the black sludge revealed two weaknesses: intense heat and high-frequency sound." He tossed two custom-built bracers to Peter. "Web shooters modified with sonic emitters. If they get close, you blast them point blank." Felicia was admiring a sleek, Wakandan-styled baton Rudra had handed her. "And this? It vibrates at a frequency that liquefies organic tissue on contact. Perfect for cutting through alien slime," Rudra explained. "You two are on civilian rescue and containment. I am going hunting." "Hunting what?" Peter asked. "The Alpha," Rudra replied, his observation hacky, sensing a terrifying, blood-red presence moving toward the raft. Chapter 37, The Lethal Protector. Before Rudra could leave, the roof of the warehouse was torn off. A massive, hulking figure dropped to the floor. It was 8 feet tall, entirely black, with a white spider emblem stretched across its chest. "Parker!" Venom roared, two massive tendrils whipping out to smash the support pillars. "Your little mentor ruined our life." Peter scrambled back, firing a sonic blast. Venom flinched, reeling back, but its sheer mass allowed it to recover quickly. It lunged at Peter, jaws unhinged. Yellow lightning crackled. Rudra intercepted Venom mid-lunge. He didn't just punch the beast, he vibrated his fist using the speed force, striking Venom in the chest. The localized sonic boom of his punch rattled the symbiote to its core, forcing the black sludge to peel back, revealing a terrified Eddie Brock underneath. "You're out of your depth, parasite," Rudra whispered, kicking Eddie through a brick wall and out into the street. "Deal with him, Peter. I have bigger problems." Chapter 38, The Massacre at the Raft. Iron Man and Captain America arrived at the raft to find a slaughterhouse. The guards weren't just dead, they were strung up by crimson, fleshy webs. "Tony, I'm not getting any life signs inside," Steve Rogers said, his shield raised. Suddenly, a red blur slammed into Captain America. The impact was so severe it sent Steve skipping across the water like a stone. Iron Man fired a unibeam, but the Red Goblin simply absorbed the heat, laughing maniacally. "Stark?" Red Goblin rasped, his voice a horrifying blend of Norman Osborn and alien static. "Your toys are obsolete." Red Goblin formed a massive scythe from his arm and cleaved clean through Iron Man's armor, destroying the arc reactor and sending Tony plummeting into the icy bay. The Avengers had fallen in less than a minute. Chapter 39, Pushing the Limits. Rudra stood on the shores of Manhattan, looking toward the raft. He had watched the Avengers fall through his microscopic vision. System warning, threat level Alpha Omega detected. Red Goblin possesses stats exceeding host's current sync rate. Recommendation, retreat. Retreating doesn't grant system points, Rudra said coldly. He closed his eyes. To fight a monster like the Red Goblin, 15% Viltrumite strength wasn't enough. He needed to fully tap into the speed force, regardless of the physical toll. He began to run in a circle on the docks. Faster and faster. The air around him ionized. The pavement melted into slag. He was building up immense kinetic energy, turning his own body into a localized weapon of mass destruction. Chapter 40, The Mach 1 Collision. Red Goblin stood atop the raft, preparing to release the city's worst supervillains. He never got the chance. A streak of yellow lightning crossed the ocean in a millisecond. Rudra didn't throw a punch. He simply collided with the Red Goblin at Mach 3. The resulting sonic boom was deafening. It shattered windows in Brooklyn and blew the water away from the island in a massive shockwave. The sheer kinetic and sonic force of the impact instantly separated the Carnage symbiote from Norman Osborn's flesh, throwing both of them in opposite directions. Rudra skidded to a halt, his clothes singed, his muscles screaming in agony. The speed force was burning him alive, but he stood tall, his fists coated in black haki. "You're fast, Osborn," Rudra spat, watching the red symbiote desperately try to crawl back to its host. "But I dictate the speed of this reality." Chapter 41, The Carnage Adaptation. The sonic boom had ripped the Carnage symbiote from Norman Osborn, but Rudra's victory was short-lived. As Rudra stood on the raft's shattered courtyard, his muscles seized. The speed force lightning crackling around him suddenly turned from yellow to a volatile, burning orange. His skin began to blister. Critical warning, cellular combustion imminent. Speed force discharge exceeding 15% Viltrumite durability. Rudra gritted his teeth, dropping to one knee as his internal temperature spiked dangerously. He looked up, his vision swimming. 50 yards away, the crimson sludge was already slithering back toward a laughing Norman Osborn. "You hurt us," Norman's voice layered with the symbiote's shriek as they bonded once more. The Red Goblin stood up, his hide now thicker, jagged spikes protruding from his shoulders. "But we evolve. Sound will not break us twice." The symbiote had adapted to the frequency of Rudra's Mach impact. Rudra realized his mistake, he had played his trump card too early. With his body burning from the inside, he couldn't risk another speed force burst. "Round 1 goes to the roach," Rudra spat. He channeled his remaining kinetic energy into a single, vertical leap, blasting into the clouds and retreating toward Manhattan to heal. Chapter 42, The Spider's Test. While Rudra fled the raft, Peter Parker was fighting for his life in the streets of Queens. Venom was a nightmare of muscle, teeth, and hate. It hurled cars like baseballs, devastating the neighborhood. Peter dodged a massive tendril, flipping off a streetlight and firing his custom sonic webbing. The high-frequency blast hit Venom squarely in the chest. The beast roared in agony, the symbiote peeling back to reveal Eddie Brock's panicked face. But Eddie's hatred for Spider-Man gave the symbiote fuel. It surged forward, ignoring the pain, and pinned Peter to a brick wall. "He told you to weaponize your instincts, Parker." Venom mocked, mimicking Rudra's voice. "But you're still just a frightened boy." Peter remembered the sting of Rudra's punches during training. Hesitation is death. Peter stopped struggling against the grip. Instead, he raised both wrists directly to Venom's ears and overloaded the power cells on the sonic bracers. The resulting blast shattered every window on the block. Venom screeched, the symbiote violently detaching from Eddie and melting into the sewer grates. Peter collapsed, exhausted but victorious. He hadn't pulled his punch. Chapter 43, Rahkan's Greed. The alien invasion wasn't just a crisis, it was an opportunity. While the Avengers licked their wounds and S.H.I.E.L.D. scrambled, the shadowy megacorporation Rahkan Energy moved in. Heavily armed Rahkan recovery teams descended on the smaller meteorite crash sites around the city. They weren't there to destroy the symbiotes, they were there to harvest them. Deep in a subterranean Rahkan lab, scientists isolated 5 distinct symbiote samples from the meteorites: Riot, Phage, Lasher, Agony, and Scream. "These aren't just weapons," the lead scientist whispered, looking at the writhing colored sludges. "They are the ultimate biological enhancements. Find me hosts. I don't care if you have to pull them from maximum security." Chapter 44, The Toll of Speed. Rudra crashed through the skylight of his warehouse base, his body smoking. Felicia dropped her Wakandan baton and rushed to his side. "Rudra! You're burning," she yelled, feeling the intense heat radiating from his skin. "System," Rudra gasped, ignoring her as he stared at the glowing blue interface in his mind. "Open the store. System points available, 1,850 recommended purchase, Viltrumite cellular regeneration, minor. Cost, 1,500 points. Buy it." Instantly, a cooling wave washed over Rudra's anatomy. The blisters on his skin hissed and sealed shut. The burning in his veins subsided. He sat up, his breathing stabilizing. "I underestimated the recoil," Rudra muttered, clenching his fist. "The speed force is a parasite in its own right. I need a stronger physical vessel before I can run like that again. I need more system points." Chapter 45, The Black Cat's Claws. Before Rudra could fully recover, the warehouse alarms blared. The reinforced steel doors groaned under immense pressure. "They tracked me," Rudra said, trying to stand, but his legs buckled. The regeneration was still processing. Felicia stood over him, twirling the vibranium baton. She tapped a button on her belt, activating the stealth armor Rudra had designed for her. "Sit this one out, boss," Felicia smirked, pulling her domino mask down. "Let the cat play." The doors blew open. A dozen Rahkan mercenaries, infected with low-level symbiote offshoots, flooded into the room. They were fast and ruthless, but Felicia was a ghost. Using the cloaking tech, she vanished from their sight, reappearing only to strike. Her baton vibrated at a frequency that liquefied the symbiote armor on contact. She danced through the squad, breaking bones and severing tendrils with lethal precision. Rudra watched, genuinely impressed. He had chosen his intelligence officer well. Chapter 46, Director Fury's Ultimatum. The next morning, Manhattan was cut off from the world. A massive energy shield, erected by S.H.I.E.L.D., encased the island to prevent the symbiotes from spreading globally. Rudra stood on the edge of a skyscraper, looking at the quarantine zone. Suddenly, a cloaked helicarrier deactivated its camouflage a few hundred yards away. A small transport ship flew over and dropped a single man onto the roof. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., walked forward, his solitary eye locked on Rudra. Tony Stark is in critical condition. Captain America is in a coma. And my satellite footage shows you moving at Mach 3 and fighting the Alpha parasite, Fury stated coldly. Who the hell are you? I'm the guy who is going to clean up your mess, Rudra replied, not breaking eye contact. I don't do vigilantes with god complexes, Fury warned. I have authorization to firebomb this entire island if the infection breaches the perimeter. You work for me now, kid, or I put you on the target list. Rudra coated his hand in armament haki and casually punched the reinforced steel air conditioning unit next to him, turning it into fine dust. If you point a gun at me, Fury, I will dismantle your flying boat piece by piece. Keep your shield up. I'll handle the ground. Chapter 47, The Symbiote Sinister. Norman Osborn wasn't idle. Realizing that Rudra was a legitimate threat to his godhood, the Red Goblin broke into the deepest levels of the raft before S.H.I.E.L.D. could secure it. He didn't want thugs, he wanted monsters. Using pieces of his own altered Carnage symbiote, he infected the worst of the worst. Alexei Saitsevuk, the Rhino, roared as red and black sludge fused with his polymer armor, creating a towering behemoth of unstoppable momentum. Mac Gargan, the Scorpion, shrieked in delight as the symbiote enhanced his mechanical tail with acidic, sentient venom. You are no longer men, Red Goblin rasped from the shadows as he watched his new generals rise. You are the apex of evolution. Go into the city. Flush out the anomaly. Chapter 48, The War Zone. Manhattan devolved into a post-apocalyptic hunting ground. The military controlled the perimeter, but the streets belonged to the symbiotes. Civilians hid in subways and fortified bank vaults. System quest updated, the symbiote war objective, dismantle the symbiote Sinister Six. Farm points to unlock 25% Viltrumite sync rate. Reward, advanced observation haki, future sight. Rudra, Peter, and Felicia set up a command center in the New York Public Library, using its underground archives. We are officially outnumbered, Peter said, looking at a map of the city dotted with red markers indicating symbiote hives. Spider sense is going crazy just looking at this. They have numbers, but they lack discipline, Rudra noted, strapping on a tactical vest over his clothes not for armor, but to hold the high-frequency flashbangs he had engineered. We fight a guerrilla war. Divide and conquer. Peter, you run distraction. Felicia, you gather intel on Rah Khan's involvement. I will execute the targets. Chapter 49, The Hunt Begins. Rudra dropped into Hell's Kitchen. The streets were coated in red, web-like biomass. His observation haki pinged. A massive presence was moving through the avenues, crushing abandoned cars underfoot. It was the symbiote Rhino. He was 10 feet tall, a horrifying amalgamation of grey armor and red, shifting muscle. He was tossing military Humvees aside like children's toys, searching for survivors. Rudra stepped out of the shadows and into the middle of the street. He didn't use the speed force. He needed to test his base Viltrumite strength now that his cellular structure had regenerated. Hey, ugly, Rudra called out, his voice echoing off the buildings. The symbiote Rhino turned, its milky white eyes locking onto Rudra. It let out a deafening roar, lowered its massive horned head, and charged. The ground shook with the force of a localized earthquake. Chapter 50, An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. The Rhino charged at over 80 miles per hour. A direct hit could topple a skyscraper. Rudra didn't dodge. He widened his stance, sinking his sneakers into the asphalt. He coated both of his arms in pitch-black armament haki up to the elbows. Die, bug, the Rhino bellowed. Rudra caught the Rhino's massive horn with both hands. The impact created a shockwave that blew out the windows of every building on the block. The street beneath Rudra collapsed into a 10-foot crater, but Rudra's feet didn't slide back a single inch. The rhino's legs churned, the symbiote desperately trying to push forward, but it was like pushing against a mountain. Is this all Oscorp and an alien parasite could give you? Rudra whispered. With a brutal twist of his hips, Rudra snapped the rhino's neck to the side, breaking its momentum. Before the beast could recover, Rudra unleashed a flurry of haki-infused punches into the creature's ribs, each blow echoing like a cannon shot, methodically shattering the indestructible armor piece by piece. The farming had begun. Chapter 51, Breaking the Horn. The symbiote rhino wailed, a horrific sound of grinding metal and alien screeches. Rudra's armament haki-infused fists were relentlessly dismantling Alexei's indestructible polymer suit. With a final, sickening crunch, Rudra shattered the rhino's chest plate. The crimson symbiote immediately tried to lash out, forming razor-sharp tendrils to impale Rudra's eyes. Rudra didn't even blink. He grabbed the main mass of the symbiote with his bare hands. "You like heat," he whispered. He didn't tap into the speed force entirely, but he vibrated his hands at a hyper-accelerated rate. The friction generated intense, localized heat. The symbiote shrieked, boiling upon contact with Rudra's palms. It violently tore itself away from Alexei, slithering into the sewer grates to survive, leaving the massive man unconscious and broken in the crater. Target neutralized, symbiote rhino. System points, plus 801 down, Rudra said, tapping his earpiece. "Peter, what's your status?" Chapter 52, Acid Rain. On the Upper East Side, Peter Parker was fighting a losing battle. Mac Gargan, the symbiote scorpion, was terrifyingly fast. The symbiote had fused with his mechanical tail, turning it into a living, whipping appendage that spat a highly corrosive acid. The acid hissed as it ate through the brickwork of the buildings Peter was desperately swinging from. "Stand still, bug!" Scorpion cackled, his voice a bubbling, toxic rasp. "Let me melt that costume to your skin." Peter backflipped off a fire escape, narrowly dodging a stream of green acid that dissolved an entire parked sedan. "You need a breath mint, Mac. And maybe a therapist." Peter fired his sonic webbing, but Scorpion was faster than venom. He used his tail like a spring, launching himself over the blast and crashing directly into Peter mid-air. They plummeted toward the street. Scorpion raised his tail, the stinger dripping with glowing venom, aiming right for Peter's face. Chapter 53, The Cat's Cradle. Before the stinger could strike, a localized electromagnetic pulse short-circuited Scorpion's cybernetic spine. Gargan spasmed, his mechanical tail freezing in place. Felicia Hardy dropped from the shadows, her stealth suit deactivating. She swung her vibranium baton, the high-frequency vibrations cleanly slicing the stinger off the mechanical tail. Scorpion roared in pain, throwing Peter aside and lunging at Felicia. "Rudra, a little help." Peter groaned, pulling himself up. "Handle it," Rudra's voice came through the comms, cold and detached. "You can't rely on me to save you from every mid-tier thug. Think. His tail is cut, but the symbiote is regenerating it. Stop the regeneration." Peter looked at the severed stinger leaking acid onto the pavement, then at the fire hydrant next to him. He grinned beneath the mask. He webbed the hydrant, ripped it from its moorings, and directed the high-pressure water stream directly into the sparking, exposed wires of Scorpion's severed tail. The resulting electrocution fried Gargan and the symbiote instantly. Chapter 54, A Glimpse of the Future. Back in the command center, Rudra watched his system interface glow a brilliant gold. Total system points, 3,000. Requirement met. Unlocking, Advanced Observation Haki, Future Sight, One-Piece Template. Rudra closed his eyes. The world didn't just expand, it shattered and reassembled. He didn't just sense the presence of the rats in the subway tunnels, he saw them turn left before they actually did. He saw a drop of water fall from a pipe, watched it splash, and then opened his eyes to see the drop just beginning to form. He could see 5 seconds into the future. It was a sensory overload that would have driven a normal human insane, but his Viltrumite brain adapted instantly, compartmentalizing the diverging timelines. "This changes everything," Rudra whispered. He saw a vision. 5 seconds from now, a massive explosion would rip through the Rahkan energy building downtown. 5 seconds later, a seismic boom echoed through the city. Chapter 55, Corporate Monsters. The Rahkan energy building was a burning husk. The Red Goblin hovered on a massive pair of crimson wings, laughing as he hurled pumpkin bombs into the corporate offices. "You thought you could harvest my children?" Norman Osborn roared at the terrified Rahkan executives cowering behind reinforced glass. Suddenly, the glass shattered outward. A massive, grey, hulking monstrosity leaped from the building. It was Riot, the strongest of the Life Foundation symbiotes, bonded to a heavily augmented Rahkan mercenary. Riot didn't use webs or claws, he formed massive, blunt force maces from his arms. "Target acquired," the mercenary's voice echoed from within Riot. Executing the Alpha. Riot swung a massive mace, swatting the Red Goblin out of the sky like a fly. Chapter 56, Three-Way Carnage. Rudra arrived at the Rahkan Plaza just as the Red Goblin crashed into the pavement. He analyzed the battlefield using future sight. He saw Riot charge the Goblin. He saw the Goblin form a scythe to decapitate Riot. He saw the exact trajectory of the blood and debris. Riot is pure blunt force. Carnage is pure lethality, Rudra deduced. Peter and Felicia landed beside him. "Who is the grey guy?" Peter asked, out of breath. "Rahkan's hubris," Rudra replied. "Keep the perimeter clear. Do not engage. If either of them touches you, you die." The Red Goblin and Riot clashed. The shockwaves of their blows shattered the remaining windows in a 3-block radius. Riot was stronger, but the Red Goblin was infinitely more sadistic and agile. Chapter 57, The Assimilation. The battle didn't last long. Riot pinned the Red Goblin, raising both arms, formed into axes, to cleave Norman in two. But Norman just smiled his jagged, terrifying grin. "You are just a piece of me." Instead of dodging, the Red Goblin dissolved his chest, allowing Riot's axes to sink deep into his torso. Before Riot could pull back, the Crimson Symbiote surged outward like a tidal wave, enveloping Riot entirely. The Grey Symbiote shrieked as it was cannibalized. The Rahkan mercenary inside was drained of his life force in seconds. When the red mass pulled back, Riot was gone. The Red Goblin stood taller, his crimson hide now swirling with streaks of impenetrable grey armor. He had absorbed Riot's mass and strength. Chapter 58, The 25% Threshold. The Red Goblin slowly turned his head, his milky white eyes locking onto Rudra. "The anomaly," Norman whispered. "I am a god now. And you are just meat." System alert, threat level escalated to Omega. Quest updated, slay the symbiote god of New York. Requirement to survive, 25% Viltrumite sync rate. Cost, all remaining system points. Proceed. "Do it," Rudra commanded. Rudra's body violently convulsed. The air around him warped. His muscle density skyrocketed, his bones hardening to the point where they could withstand the core of a dying star. The concrete beneath his feet powdered just from his resting weight. He didn't just feel strong, he felt invincible. Chapter 59, The God of Queens. "You look different, boy," Red Goblin sneered, forming a massive, grey-streaked broadsword from his arm. Rudra stepped forward. He didn't use the speed force. He didn't coat his arms in armament haki. He just walked toward the monster. Red Goblin lunged, swinging the massive blade with enough force to cut a battleship in half. Through future sight, Rudra watched the blade approach. He had 5 seconds to react. He waited until the final millisecond. Rudra raised his bare left hand and caught the blade. The shockwave leveled the street lamps around them, but the blade stopped dead. It didn't even scratch Rudra's skin. Red Goblin's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated terror. Impossible. Chapter 60, The Absolute Point. You rely on a parasite to mimic strength, Norman, Rudra said, his voice terrifyingly calm. I am the strength. Rudra squeezed his left hand. The grey-streaked symbiote sword shattered into a million pieces like brittle glass. Before Norman could scream, Rudra moved. It wasn't speed force, it was raw, 25% Viltrumite physical speed. He drove his right fist directly into the Red Goblin's chest. The impact sounded like a cannon firing inside a bank vault. The kinetic force was so absolute that it didn't just break ribs, it violently expelled the symbiote from Norman's cellular structure. A massive shockwave blasted out of Norman's back, tearing a trench through the plaza. The red and grey symbiote peeled off Norman entirely, vaporizing in the air from the sheer friction of the blow. Norman Osborn collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, reverted to a frail, broken man. Rudra stood over him, the undisputed apex predator. Phase 2 is over, Rudra whispered. But high above the earth, deep in the cosmos, the energy signature of Rudra's 25% Viltrumite awakening rippled through the web of life and destiny. And in a dead universe, a family of immortal hunters opened their eyes. Phase 3, the web of destiny and multiversal hunt. The scale shatters the boundaries of a single universe, introducing cosmic predators and pushing Rudra to seek a new kind of power. Chapter 61, The Aftermath and the Anomaly. The dust settled over the Rahkan Plaza. Norman Osborn was in shield custody, comatose. The symbiote invasion was quelled, the remaining parasites burning up under the UV floodlights Nick Fury had deployed across the city. Rudra stood atop the Avengers Tower, a coffee in hand, looking out over his domain. He had reached 25% Viltrumite sync. He was practically untouchable by earthly standards. You're brooding, Felicia said, materializing from stealth mode and taking the coffee from his hand. We won, boss. Kingpin is gone. The Goblin is gone. The aliens are ash. What's next? The system is quiet, Rudra muttered, pulling up his invisible blue interface. Too quiet. When I hit 25%, the energy displacement cracked something. I felt it. A localized dimensional pressure drop. Miles away, in his queen's bedroom, Peter Parker woke up screaming. His spider sense wasn't just buzzing, it felt like a rusted nail was being driven through his skull. He looked at his hands. They were trembling. Something was coming, and it wasn't after New York. It was after him. Chapter 62, The Aristocrat of Death. Peter swung wildly through the city, trying to outrun the blinding pain in his head. He landed in an abandoned alleyway in the meatpacking district, gasping for air. Such a chaotic pulse, a smooth, cultured voice echoed. Peter spun around. A man dressed in Victorian-era clothing, a ruffled ascot, a long tailored coat, and immaculate gloves was walking toward him. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his eyes were completely black. Who are you? Peter demanded, firing a web. The man didn't dodge. He caught the web, and with a casual flick of his wrist, ripped Peter off his feet and dragged him across the alley. He grabbed Peter by the throat, lifting him into the air. I am Morlun, the man whispered, inhaling deeply near Peter's neck. And you, little totem, smell absolutely divine. Peter punched Morlun in the jaw with a strike that could stop a speeding truck. Morlun didn't even blink. He just smiled, revealing elongated fangs, and prepared to bite down. Chapter 63, The Unmovable Hunter. A localized sonic boom shattered the alley's brickwork. Rudra arrived at 25% Viltrumite speed, driving his armament-haki-infused fist directly into the side of Morlun's head. The impact was identical to the one that had one-shot the Red Goblin. Morlun skidded back a few feet, his Victorian coat fluttering. He casually cracked his neck, entirely unfazed. An anomaly, Morlun said, his black eyes locking onto Rudra. You are not a totem. You have no place on the web. Rudra's future sight flared. 5 seconds ahead, Morlun lunges, bypassing Rudra's guard, and drains his life force with a touch. Rudra intercepted the lunge. They clashed, fists meeting in a shockwave that blew the roof off the adjacent building. But as Rudra's hands touched Morlun's, he felt a sickening sensation. His immense stamina was being siphoned away. The inheritors didn't just fight, they consumed kinetic and life energy. You hit hard, anomaly, Morlun laughed, absorbing the kinetic force of Rudra's punches to fuel his own strength. But I have eaten gods. Chapter 64, Multiversal Crash. Rudra broke the grapple, vibrating his molecules with a spark of the speed force to violently sever Morlun's draining grip. He pushed Peter behind him. For the first time since his rebirth, Rudra realized raw physical stats wouldn't be enough. Before Morlun could press the attack, a hexagonal portal of swirling, multicolored light ripped open in the center of the alley. 2 figures leaped out. One was a girl in a sleek white and neon pink spider suit with a hood. The other was a teenager in a black suit with red webbing. Gwen? Miles. Peter gasped, recognizing alternate versions of people he knew. No time for reunions, Pete. Gwen Stacy yelled, tossing a device on the ground. A localized gravity inversion field activated, throwing Morlun violently into the sky. He'll be back in 30 seconds, Miles Morales said, his hands crackling with golden bioelectricity. We need to go. Now. Chapter 65, The Great Web. The 4 of them jumped through the portal, crash-landing in a high-tech, geometric sanctuary suspended in a void of golden, glowing threads. System alert, dimensional boundary breached. Welcome to the Loom world, safe zone, ... Where are we? Rudra asked, his eyes scanning the infinite golden threads. The center of the multiverse, Gwen explained, pulling back her hood. The web of life and destiny. And right now, it's being torn apart. The guy you just fought is Morlun. His family, the inheritors, are hunting spider totems across every dimension. They feed on them. Why didn't my punch kill him? Rudra demanded, his pragmatic mind already dissecting the enemy. Because they aren't purely biological, Miles answered. They're totemic vampires. Physical force just feeds them. If you touch them, you die. System quest generated, the multiversal hunt. Objective, exterminate the inheritor family. Reward, 50% Viltrumite sync. Multiversal anchor title. Chapter 66, Earth 90214. We've been jumping from universe to universe, trying to save the totems before the inheritors eat them, Gwen said, bringing up a holographic map of the multiverse. We're losing. We need an army. You don't need an army. You need an executioner, Rudra stated cold. Where is the next target? Gwen tapped the map. Earth 90214. The Noir Universe. Demos, Morlun's brother, is already there. Give me a portal, Rudra ordered. Peter stepped up. I'm coming too. They're my variants. My responsibility. Rudra looked at Peter. The boy had matured. Fine. But you play support. Demos will drain you dry in a second. They stepped through the portal, emerging into a bleak, rain-slicked version of New York City straight out of the 1930s. The air smelled of cheap cigars, cordite, and blood. Chapter 67, The Hound of the Inheritors. They found Spider-Man Noir in a train yard, bleeding heavily, his vintage trench coat shredded. Standing over him was a hulking brute of a man with a wild mane of hair and a massive mace, Deimos. Such a bitter vintage, Deimos sneered, lifting Noir by the neck. Rudra didn't announce his presence. He used the speed force to blur across the train yard, severing the space between them in a microsecond. But he remembered the lesson from Morlun. He didn't use a physical strike. He coated his leg in advanced armament haki and projected it outward, executing a ranged shockwave kick. The invisible wall of haki slammed into Deimos, shattering 3 of his ribs and sending him crashing through a locomotive. You hit him without touching him. Peter noted, swinging down to grab Noir. Internal destruction haki, Rudra breathed. It bypasses the outer shell and strikes from the inside. He can't drain what doesn't make contact. Chapter 68, The Bioelectric Strike. Deimos climbed out of the wreckage, his wounds already knitting together. An anomaly. My brother mentioned you. Miles, now. Rudra yelled. Miles Morales turned invisible, sneaking up behind Deimos. He charged his bioelectricity to its absolute limit, creating a concentrated blade of pure energy, and drove it directly into the inheritor's nervous system. Deimos roared, the electric shock disrupting his totemic energy. Peter, bury him. Peter and Noir worked in tandem, using the train yard's cranes to drop 50 tons of solid steel directly onto the paralyzed Deimos. The ground buckled under the weight. Did we get him? Miles asked, panting. Chapter 69, Tactical Retreat. The steel groaned. Slowly, the 50 tons of metal began to lift. Deimos emerged, his skin scorched, his eyes burning with absolute, monstrous fury. You cannot kill a god with iron and sparks. Deimos bellowed. Rudra's future sight activated. He saw Deimos completely annihilate the train yard in the next 10 seconds, slaughtering Miles and Peter. The inheritors were simply too durable for their current arsenal. We need a heavier element, Rudra deduced instantly. Gwen, open the portal. We're leaving. We can't just run. Peter protested. If we stay, we die, and the web falls, Rudra said, grabbing Noir and tossing him through the portal. I don't fight losing battles. Retreat. They dove through the portal just as Deimos shattered the space where they had been standing. They had saved the totem, but they had surrendered the universe to the inheritor's wrath. Chapter 70, A Sun God's Blueprint. Back in the Loom world, the atmosphere was grim. They had survived, but the power gap was terrifying. Rudra walked away from the group, staring into the infinite void of the multiverse. System, Rudra thought. Haki and Viltrumite stats are fundamentally kinetic and spiritual. The inheritors counter both by draining the kinetic impact and the life force. I need an energy source that is self-sustaining and lethal to vampires. Show me the locked templates. Analyzing host request, scanning Omniversal database for optimal countermeasures. Match found, the Kryptonian template, Superman, dot. Attribute, photonucleic effect. The host's cells act as living solar batteries, radiating pure solar energy. To kill vampires, I need to become the sun, Rudra realized. Unlocking 10% Kryptonian template requires a monumental energy sacrifice. Host must bathe in the core of a dying star. Chapter 71, Coordinates to the End. A dying star? Are you insane? Gwen Stacy stared at Rudra as if he had lost his mind. Even with your durability, the gravitational crush and gamma radiation of a collapsing sun will vaporize you. The system calculates a 12% margin of survival, Rudra replied calmly, looking at the holographic multiverse map. Find me a dead universe. One where the Earth is gone, and the sun is in its final death throes. Gwen hesitated, but Peter stepped forward. Do it, Gwen. If Rudra says he can survive it, he will. He's never lost a gamble yet. Gwen's fingers flew across the portal device. Earth TRN 701. It's a dead reality. The sun went supernova 3 days ago and is collapsing into a white dwarf. It's nothing but condensed, hyperlethal solar plasma. Perfect, Rudra said. Hold them off until I get back. If you encounter an inheritor, do not fight. Run. With a flash of golden light, Rudra stepped through the portal and into the absolute vacuum of space. Chapter 72, The Solar Crucible. The heat hit him instantly. Earth TRN 701 was a graveyard of scorched planets. In the center of the system hung a terrifying, blindingly white sphere of collapsing starlight. Rudra's 25% Viltrumite physiology allowed him to survive the vacuum of space, but as he flew closer to the dying star, his skin began to crack in character. The gravitational pull was tearing at his cellular structure. Warning: host sustaining critical damage, 90% tissue degradation. System, Rudra roared, his voice silent in the vacuum, his mind violently commanding the interface. Begin the Kryptonian assimilation. He plunged directly into the core of the collapsing star. Pain beyond human comprehension flooded his nervous system. It felt like every atom in his body was being individually split and forged in an eternal fire. His Viltrumite cells desperately tried to heal, only to be instantly incinerated by the star's core. Chapter 73, The Sun God Awakens. Inside the core, the system interface flickered from blue to a brilliant, blinding gold. Energy requirement met. Bathing in dying core complete. Unlocking, 10% Kryptonian template, Superman. Integrating photonucleic effect with Viltrumite physiology. The agony stopped. Suddenly, the infinite heat of the collapsing star wasn't destroying him, it was feeding him. His cells drank the solar radiation like a man dying of thirst. The charred, burned layers of his skin peeled away, replaced by an aura of flawless, glowing solar energy. Rudra opened his eyes. They weren't their normal color, they were burning with intense, golden red heat. With a thought, he ignored the crushing gravity of the white dwarf. He didn't just fly out of the star, he burst from it at a fraction of the speed of light, leaving a trail of golden plasma in his wake. System stats updated, Superman, 10%. Flight unlocked. Heat vision unlocked. Solar invulnerability unlocked. Let's see how vampires like the sun, Rudra smiled. Chapter 74, The Siege of Loom World. Back in the center of the multiverse, the safe zone had fallen. The inheritors Morlun, Deimos, and their sadistic sister Bora had tracked the totem's dimensional residue. The golden threads of the web of life and destiny were stained with blood. Dozens of alternate Spider-Men and women lay broken on the crystalline floor. Peter Parker was backed against a pillar, his suit torn, bleeding from a dozen wounds. Miles Morales was unconscious, his bioelectricity drained. Gwen was desperately trying to keep a portal open for the survivors to flee. You fought bravely, little totem, Morlun said, walking elegantly over the bodies, wiping a drop of blood from his chin. But the hunt always ends the same way. Morlun reached out, his hand glowing with the dark, life-draining energy of his species, aiming directly for Peter's chest. Chapter 75, Daybreak. Before Morlun's hand could touch Peter, the entire Loom world violently shook. The temperature in the sanctuary spiked by 1,000 degrees in a millisecond. A portal didn't just open, it exploded. Rudra stepped through, but he was different. He wasn't just walking, he was hovering 6 inches off the ground. A terrifying, oppressive aura of pure yellow sun radiation radiated off his skin. His eyes glowed like twin supernovas. An anomaly, Deimos growled, hefting his massive mace. You ran away, coward. I didn't run, Rudra said, his voice echoing with absolute authority. I went to get my weapons. Deimos charged, swinging his mace with enough force to shatter a planet. Rudra didn't dodge. He simply looked at Deimos. 2 impossibly intense beams of concentrated heat vision erupted from Rudra's eyes, striking Deimos directly in the chest. Chapter 76, Drinking Lava. The heat vision didn't just burn Deimos, it possessed the sheer, undiluted power of a yellow sun. The Inheritor, a creature of darkness and vampiric hunger, shrieked as the solar energy instantly bypassed his durability and ignited his totemic essence. "Brother!" Bora screamed, leaping into the air to attack Rudra from behind. Rudra vanished, moving with a combination of 25% Viltrumite speed and 10% Kryptonian flight. He reappeared behind Bora, grabbing her by the back of the neck. "Drain me," Rudra whispered into her ear. "I dare you." Bora instinctively activated her life-draining powers. But the moment she tapped into Rudra's energy reserves, her eyes went wide with pure horror. She wasn't draining kinetic energy, she was trying to swallow the core of a star. Her veins glowed golden yellow. She screamed as the immense, concentrated solar radiation burned her from the inside out, turning her invincible body into absolute ash in seconds. Chapter 77, The Apex Predator of the Multiverse. Deimos watched his sister turn to dust. Enraged, he ignored his severe burns and lunged at Rudra. "You die today, anomaly." Rudra coated his fists in advanced armament haki. But now, underneath the black, metallic sheen of the haki, there was a pulsing, golden glow of solar energy. "Internal destruction haki," Rudra said coldly. "Infused with Kryptonian solar radiation." Rudra punched Deimos in the stomach. The haki bypassed Deimos's tough exterior, planting a payload of pure solar plasma directly into the Inheritor's organs. Deimos froze. A second later, golden light erupted from his eyes and mouth before his entire body detonated into nothingness. 2 Inheritors dead in under a minute. Chapter 78, Obliterating the Soul. Morlun was the last one standing. His cultured, aristocratic demeanor was gone. He looked at Rudra not with hunger, but with primal fear. "We are immortal," Morlun hissed, backing away. "Our consciousness is tied to the Master Weaver. If you kill this body, I will simply clone another." "Not if there is nothing left to transmit," Rudra replied. Rudra tapped into the speed force, combining it with his Kryptonian flight. He crossed the distance to Morlun in a literal nanosecond. He grabbed Morlun by the throat, flew straight up, and crashed him into the ceiling of the loom world, pinning him against the threads of destiny. Rudra's eyes glowed hotter than ever before. He didn't just fire his heat vision, he focused it entirely through the invisible lens of his conqueror's haki, targeting not just Morlun's physical body, but his spiritual presence. "Erase," Rudra commanded. The blast of haki-infused solar energy vaporized Morlun instantly. But it didn't stop there. The spiritual pressure followed Morlun's totemic connection back through the dimensional ether, destroying his clone vats across the multiverse in a chain reaction of golden fire. Morlun was permanently erased. Chapter 79, The Master Weaver. The silence in the loom world was deafening. The remaining spider totems looked at Rudra in absolute awe. He slowly floated down to the floor, his eyes returning to their normal color, though the faint aura of invulnerability remained. "It's over," Peter gasped, clutching his ribs. "Not yet," Rudra said, walking toward the center of the sanctuary. There, bound in chains of dark energy, was a massive, cybernetic spider entity. The Master Weaver. The entity the Inheritors had used to traverse and manipulate the web of life. "You are freed," Rudra said, using a precise, microburst of heat vision to shatter the dark chains. The Master Weaver bowed its massive head. "You have saved the web, anomaly. The totems are safe. System quest complete, the multiversal hunt. Reward dispensed, 50% Viltrumite sync achieved. Title, Multiversal Anchor. Chapter 80, The Void Stares Back." Rudra felt his Viltrumite power double. His muscles compacted further, his cellular density reaching catastrophic levels. With 50% Viltrumite stats and 10% Kryptonian powers, he was no longer a street-level or even Avenger-level threat. He was a cosmic anomaly. But his power spike had a consequence. As the Master Weaver mended the broken threads of the multiverse, the sheer energy signature of Rudra's existence pulsed outward, echoing through the cosmos of Earth 616b. Deep in the furthest, darkest corner of the universe, a slumbering darkness stirred. A pair of crimson, spiral eyes opened in the void. A being older than the stars felt the sudden presence of a sun god. Light. A voice echoed across the galactic vacuum, commanding billions of symbiotic dragons. I hate the light. Bring me the anomaly. Null, the god of the symbiotes, had awoken. Phase 3 was over. The galactic war was about to begin. Phase 4, the King in Black and the Mad Titan. The scale shifts from multiversal travel to a cosmic war for survival, as Rudra faces threats that eclipse everything he has fought so far. Chapter 81, Return to the Anchor. The portals closed. The multiversal spider army dispersed back to their respective dimensions, leaving Rudra, Peter, Gwen, and Miles back in the subterranean command center of Earth 616b. Rudra floated down, his feet touching the concrete. He clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying density of his 50% Viltrumite physiology. He was stronger than a planet, and with 10% Kryptonian powers, he possessed an endless well of solar energy. You literally vaporized a god, Miles said, breaking the silence, his eyes wide. I eliminated a parasite, Rudra corrected, turning off his glowing blue system interface. Take a week off. Rest. Upgrade your gear. The system gave me the title of Multiversal Anchor. That means this specific universe is now the keystone of the web. We just painted a massive target on our backs. Peter pulled off his mask, exhausted. You think someone worse than the Inheritors is coming? Rudra looked up at the ceiling, his future sight extending as far as it could, feeling a cold chill that shouldn't be possible for a Kryptonian Viltrumite. There is always a bigger fish. Chapter 82, The Eclipse. A month passed in relative peace. Rudra spent the time mastering his flight and heat vision, pushing his limits in the upper atmosphere. Then, at noon on a Tuesday, the sky went dark. It wasn't a sudden snap like a light switch, but a creeping, unnatural shadow that swallowed the sun. Rudra was hovering above the clouds when he saw it. A massive, writhing black mass was entering the solar system. It wasn't an asteroid field, it was a swarm of billions of winged creatures, forming a Dyson sphere of living, screaming symbiote flesh around the sun. The temperature on Earth plummeted instantly. System alert, Omega-level cosmic threat detected. The god of symbiotes, Null, has arrived. Warning, solar radiation blocked. Kryptonian template, 10%, energy reserves will deplete upon use and cannot be recharged. Rudra gritted his teeth. He blocked the sun. He knows my weakness. Chapter 83, The Silver Herald. Before Rudra could formulate a counterattack, a streak of brilliant silver crashed into Central Park, creating a crater the size of a football stadium. Rudra activated 50% Viltrumite speed, arriving at the crater in a fraction of a millisecond. Lying in the center was a silver-skinned humanoid on a metallic surfboard. The Silver Surfer. He was heavily injured, bleeding cosmic energy. The darkness comes, the surfer gasped as Rudra pulled him from the rubble. Null, he has awakened the Grendels to devour the light. I can see the dragons, Rudra said coldly. Tell me something I don't know. The surfer grabbed Rudra's arm, his silver eyes wide with terror. The Dark God is not the only threat. The anomaly, your energy signature across the multiverse, drew the eye of the Mad Titan. Thanos approaches, and he has acquired 3 Infinity Stones. Chapter 84, A War on Two Fronts. Rudra dropped the surfer, his mind processing the variables at lightning speed. Null was a primordial god of darkness with an army of billions. Thanos was a hyper-intelligent conqueror wielding the fabric of reality. Either of them could wipe out the Avengers. Together, they were an extinction event. Rudra tapped his comms. Felicia. Peter. The vacation is over. Assemble everyone. He flew back to the command center. Iron Man, Captain America, and Doctor Strange were already there, summoned by Peter. The Avengers looked at Rudra, no longer seeing a vigilante, but the only being capable of holding the line. The sun is gone, Tony Stark said, his armor's HUD glowing in the dark room. Global temperatures will drop to freezing in hours. And orbital sensors detect massive ships dropping out of hyperspace. Thanos, Rudra stated. He's here for me. Null is here to consume the light. We are caught in the crossfire. Chapter 85, The Subroutine Protocol. We can't fight an army of cosmic dragons and an alien armada, Doctor Strange said, summoning a golden mandala. We don't have the firepower. You don't. I do, Rudra replied. He accessed his system interface. Initiating system subroutines. Administrator override, granted. Targeted enhancement, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, Cost, 5,000 system points. Proceed. Yes. A beam of pure, digitized blue light shot from Rudra's eyes, striking Peter directly in the chest. Peter gasped, falling to his knees as the system forcefully evolved his totemic DNA. What did you do to him? Steve Rogers yelled, raising his shield. I leveled him up, Rudra said. Peter stood up. His suit had changed, shifting into a sleek, white and black armor composed of highly unstable molecules. Peter Parker unlocked, anti-venom symbiote integration, fire/sound immune, I feel, incredible, Peter whispered, forming a massive, white broadsword from his arm. I can hear the dragons up there. They're terrified of this. Chapter 86, The Black Order. The sky tore open above Wakanda and New York simultaneously. Massive, ring-shaped Q-ships descended, dropping drop pods full of monstrous outriders. In New York, the Black Order touched down in Times Square. Cole Obsidian, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight stepped out of the smoke, their weapons drawn. Hear me, inhabitants of Earth. Corvus Glaive proclaimed, his raspy voice echoing over the screaming civilians. You have the privilege of being saved by the great Thanos. Surrender the anomaly, and your deaths will be merciful. A sonic boom shattered the glass of every skyscraper in a 3-mile radius. Rudra landed perfectly in the center of the Black Order, cracking the pavement beneath his feet. I'm the anomaly, Rudra said, his arms instantly coating in armament haki. And I don't surrender. Chapter 87, One-Sided Massacre. Cole Obsidian, a behemoth of muscle and armor, roared and swung his massive chain hammer directly at Rudra's head. It was a blow that had once cracked the Hulk's ribs. Rudra didn't even use the speed force. At 50% Viltrumite stats, Cole Obsidian was moving in slow motion. Rudra caught the hammer with one hand, shattering the dense alien metal into shrapnel. Cole blinked in shock. Before he could react, Rudra drove a haki-infused fist clean through Cole Obsidian's torso, ripping out his spine from the other side. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight froze in sheer horror. The mightiest warrior of Thanos' vanguard was dead in 1 second. You're not cosmic threats, Rudra whispered, turning to the remaining two. You're just cannon fodder. Rudra vibrated his hand using a microspark of the speed force, generating an invisible blade of kinetic wind. He swung his arm. Corvus and Proxima were decapitated instantly, their heads rolling onto the asphalt before their bodies even realized they were dead. Chapter 88, The Grendel Swarm. While Rudra dispatched the Black Order, Peter was in the sky. Millions of symbiote dragons Grendels began raining from the black, eclipsed sky, breathing dark fire. Iron Man and War Machine were getting swatted out of the air. But Peter Parker was an absolute menace. Using his new anti-venom integration, Peter swung from the falling dragons themselves. His white symbiote was highly corrosive to Null's creatures. Every time Peter punched a Grendel, the dark symbiote hissed and dissolved. "Keep the airspace clear, Pete!" Rudra yelled through the comms. "Don't let them land. Null wants to assimilate the populace." System warning: Kryptonian solar reserves at 85%. Use heat vision sparingly. Rudra looked up. The sky was an endless sea of dragons. He couldn't punch them all. He needed crowd control. Chapter 89, Conqueror's Domain. Rudra hovered 50 feet above Times Square. He closed his eyes and breathed in the freezing air of the eclipsed city. He didn't use heat vision. He used the mind. He unleashed his Conqueror's haki, pushing it past its initial awakening. He channeled his immense Viltrumite willpower and projected it into the atmosphere. The invisible wave of dominating spiritual pressure expanded over the entirety of Manhattan. The weaker Grendels simply dropped out of the sky, their minds instantly crushed by the sheer weight of Rudra's intent. Thousands of dragons rained down, unconscious or dead from aneurysms before they hit the ground. But as the sky momentarily cleared, a massive, ringed portal opened directly in front of Rudra. Chapter 90, The Mad Titan Steps Forth. The portal hummed with the violet energy of space itself. Stepping through the rift was an 8-foot-tall colossus clad in golden armor. His skin was purple, his eyes cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of mercy. On his left hand, the Infinity Gauntlet gleamed. It held the purple Power Stone, the blue Space Stone, and the red Reality Stone. Thanos had arrived. He looked at the decapitated bodies of his Black Order, then up at Rudra. "You are the error in the equation," Thanos said, his voice deep enough to vibrate the concrete. "A variable that defies the cosmic order. You exist outside of destiny." "I make my own destiny," Rudra replied, his fists blackening with haki, his muscles coiling like steel springs. Thanos raised the gauntlet. The Power Stone glowed with blinding, violet light. "Let us test the strength of your arrogance, anomaly." The true cosmic war had begun. Chapter 91, The Weight of Infinity. Thanos didn't monologue. He didn't grandstand. He clenched his golden fist, the purple Power Stone igniting with the fury of a billion exploding suns. He threw a punch aimed directly at Rudra's chest. Rudra didn't dodge. With 50% Viltrumite stats and advanced armament haki coating his arms, he met the Mad Titan's fist with his own. The collision defied physics. The shockwave didn't just shatter the windows of Manhattan, it ripped the tectonic plates beneath the city, causing a localized 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Rudra's boots ground into the asphalt, carving trenches into the earth. The black sheen of his haki groaned under the pressure of the Power Stone. He was holding his ground, but just barely. "Your physical density is fascinating," Thanos noted, leaning into the punch. "But you are fighting the foundational force of the universe. And you're fighting a guy who doesn't care about your universe," Rudra growled. He tapped into the speed force, vibrating his free hand, and drove an uppercut into Thanos's jaw. Thanos stumbled back, his lip bleeding purple blood. He wiped his mouth, his eyes narrowing. Impressive. But futile. Chapter 92, A Warped Reality. Rudra charged, aiming a localized internal destruction haki strike to rupture Thanos's internal organs. Before the blow could land, the Reality Stone flashed red. Rudra's fist hit Thanos, but instead of transferring kinetic force, Rudra's arm suddenly turned into a swarm of harmless, fluttering monarch butterflies. Rudra's eyes widened in genuine shock. He pulled back, his arm instantly reassembling as he exited the localized reality field, but the momentary confusion was all Thanos needed. The Space Stone glowed blue. Space itself folded, instantly teleporting Thanos behind Rudra. The Titan swung a devastating backhand infused with the Power Stone. The blow caught Rudra between the shoulder blades, sending him crashing through 6 skyscrapers before embedding him into the bedrock of Central Park. "Warning, host sustaining massive internal trauma. Viltrumite cellular regeneration overwhelmed. Kryptonian solar reserves, 60%. Chapter 93, The Lord of the Abyss. Rudra spat a mouthful of blood, pushing himself out of the crater. The Reality Stone negated his haki, and the Space Stone negated his speed force. Thanos was a walking cheat code. Before Rudra could fly back to the city, the temperature plummeted to absolute zero. The sky, already black with Grendel dragons, seemed to tear open. Descending from the swarm was a gaunt, terrifying figure clad in living, shifting symbiote armor. He held a sword composed of pure, absolute darkness, the all-black Necrosword. Null, the god of symbiotes, had taken the field. The Mad Titan plays with stones, Null rasped, his voice sounding like grinding tombstones. But I have come to extinguish the anomaly's light. Thanos teleported into the park, assessing Null. This quarry is mine, parasite. Interfere, and I will dust your armada. Null laughed, a horrific, echoing sound. You hold fragments of a universe I existed before. You are nothing to the void. Chapter 94, The Three-Way Annihilation. The truce between the villains was non-existent. Null swung the Necrosword at Thanos. Thanos blocked with a Power Stone-infused energy shield. The clash of primordial darkness and infinite power created a vacuum that suffocated the air around them. Rudra saw his opening. He flew into the air, his eyes burning with his remaining solar energy. Burn! Rudra roared, unleashing a massive, concentrated beam of heat vision directly at Null. The solar plasma struck the King in black. Null hissed, his symbiote armor searing, but the Necrosword absorbed the light, drinking the energy. Your son is dead, anomaly. Null bellowed, raising his hand. A massive tendril of absolute darkness erupted from the earth, wrapping around Rudra's leg and slamming him back into the dirt. Critical warning, exposure to primordial darkness is rapidly draining Kryptonian reserves. Reserves at 20%. 10%. 5%. Chapter 95, The Absolute Brink. Rudra struggled to break the dark tendrils, but without the sun to recharge his cells, his Kryptonian strength was fading, leaving only his Viltrumite base. Thanos, seeing Rudra pinned, capitalized on the moment. He raised the gauntlet, combining the power and space stones to create a singularity, a miniature black hole, and hurled it at Rudra. Null, equally ruthless, lunged forward with the Necrosword, aiming to impale the anomaly and feast on his soul. Rudra's future sight showed him the next 5 seconds. There was no dodge. There was no parry. Space was locked by Thanos, and the light was devoured by Null. The Necrosword pierced Rudra's chest, cleanly sliding through his ribs and piercing his heart. At the exact same microsecond, Thanos' singularity detonated against Rudra's back, crushing his spine with infinite gravitational force. Rudra's vision went black. Host vitals, critical. Heart rate, 0. Kryptonian reserves, 0%. Chapter 96, The Zenkai Protocol. In the absolute darkness of his fading consciousness, the system interface didn't glow blue or gold. It violently flashed red. System emergency protocol initiated. Host has been pushed to the absolute threshold of death. Requirement met, the Zenkai boost. Unlocking emergency bloodline, Scion physiology, base. Rudra's shattered heart forced a single, violent beat. The Necrosword, lodged in his chest, suddenly began to tremble. Null tried to pull the blade out, but it was stuck. Not in bone, but in a rapidly expanding field of pure, raw, aggressive bioenergy. What is this? Null hissed, stepping back. Thanos frowned, raising the gauntlet as his scanners detected an impossible spike in energy. Scion cellular regeneration triggered. Viltrumite Scion hybridization complete. Base power multiplier, x 500. Rudra opened his eyes. They weren't Viltrumite blue or Kryptonian gold. They were a piercing, vibrant teal. Chapter 97, The Golden Warrior. Rudra grabbed the blade of the necrosword with his bare hand. The absolute darkness of the weapon hissed and burned against his skin, not from sunlight, but from pure ki. He snapped the god-killing blade in half like a dry twig. Null stumbled back in sheer disbelief. Rudra stood up. His wounds had completely vanished. The air around him began to warp, gravity reversing as small rocks floated into the air and disintegrated. He clenched his fists, letting out a primal, earth-shattering roar. His jet-black hair violently spiked upward, flashing violently before settling into a brilliant, incandescent gold. An explosive aura of fiery, golden ki erupted from his body, expanding outward in a massive dome of energy. The sheer concussive force of his super scion aura blew the symbiote darkness out of the sky over New York, temporarily revealing the stars. Transformation complete, Super Scion, Grade 1. Chapter 98, Severing Destiny. Thanos didn't hesitate. He commanded the power, space, and reality stones simultaneously, firing a tricolored beam of absolute cosmic erasure directly at the Golden Warrior. Too slow, Rudra whispered. He combined Super Scion with the Speed Force. He didn't just break the sound barrier or the light barrier, he broke the dimensional friction of space itself. He moved so fast that the reality stone couldn't process his location to alter it. Thanos's beam hit empty air. Rudra appeared instantly behind the Mad Titan. He didn't throw a punch. He coated his hand in advanced armament haki, sharpened by golden ki, and brought it down like a guillotine. With a sickening swing, Thanos's left arm still wearing the Infinity Gauntlet was severed at the shoulder. Thanos roared in agony, spinning around, but Rudra drove a golden knee directly into the Titan's sternum, shattering his ribs and sending him rocketing into orbit. Chapter 99, Obliterating the Abyss. Rudra didn't chase Thanos. He turned to Null, who was reforming his shattered necrosword, his milky eyes filled with something he hadn't felt since the birth of the universe, fear. You are a glitch in the cosmos. Null screamed, commanding the millions of Grendel dragons in the sky to dive-bomb Rudra simultaneously. Rudra cupped his hands at his side, drawing his elbows back. The golden ki swirling around him condensed into a terrifying sphere of glowing, destructive blue light between his palms. You wanted to extinguish my light. Rudra said, his voice echoing with dual timbres. He focused his ki, multiplying it with his Viltrumite strength. Take it all. Rudra thrust his hands forward. A massive, continent-sized beam of pure ki erupted into the sky. It wasn't just heat, it was absolute, obliterating kinetic and spiritual force. The beam swallowed the descending Grendel swarm, vaporizing millions of dragons instantly. The blast struck Null head-on. The King in Black shrieked as his indestructible armor and primordial essence were completely atomized, erasing him from the battlefield and sending his consciousness fleeing back to the darkest corner of space. Chapter 100, The Omniversal Crack. Rudra stood in the ruins of Central Park, his golden aura slowly subsiding as his hair dropped and returned to black. He breathed heavily, feeling the immense drain of the Super Scion form. He looked down at the severed arm of Thanos lying in the dirt, the 3 Infinity Stones pulsing erratically. The stones had been exposed to the absolute friction of Rudra's Speed Force Scion strike. They were cracking. Before Rudra could reach down to contain them, the stones released a violent, localized burst of paradoxical energy. The shockwave didn't destroy the city. Instead, the sky above New York shattered like a pane of glass. Behind the cracks in reality, Rudra could see other worlds. He saw a city guarded by a man with a red cape and an S on his chest. He saw a hidden village of ninja. He saw a wasteland ruled by giant, grotesque titans. System fatal error, dimensional walls compromised. The Beyonders have noticed the host's existence. Initiating Phase 5, the Omni-Convergence. Rudra looked up at the shattered sky, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Finally! A real challenge! Phase 5, the Omni-Convergence begins. The boundaries of copyright and reality shatter entirely, forcing Rudra and his spider family to transcend into true multiversal deities. Chapter 101, The Fractured Sky. The sky over New York looked like a shattered mirror. Instead of stars, billions of terrified civilians looked up to see alternate realities bleeding through the cracks. In one shard, a metropolis watched a man with an S on his chest fly above them. In another, a massive, fleshy colossus kicked a hole in a towering walled city. Rudra didn't stare at the sky. He knelt and picked up the cracked infinity stones from the dirt, placing them into a specialized, lead-lined vibranium pouch Felicia had given him. Rudra. Peter landed behind him, his anti-venom suit retracting slightly to show his stunned face. What did you do? I didn't do anything. The fabric of reality couldn't handle the friction of the speed force combined with psion biology and the stones, Rudra said. His teal eyes returning to their normal black as the super psion aura faded. He stumbled slightly. The drain of his first super psion transformation was immense, his muscles aching with a fatigue he hadn't felt since he was a normal human. We need to seal the breaches, Dr. Strange said, floating down, his hands glowing with eldritch magic. If the multiverse collapses into itself, it will be the end of everything. Before Strange could cast a spell, a beam of pure, white erasure energy shot from the rift, entirely vaporizing Strange's magical shields and throwing the Sorcerer Supreme across the park. Chapter 102, The Architects of the Cage Magic will not fix a flaw in the code, a voice boomed. It didn't come from the air, it echoed directly inside the minds of every living being on Earth. From the largest crack in the sky, 3 figures descended. They had no distinct faces, wearing sleek, ivory-white armor that seemed to absorb the light around them. They were the Beyonders, the architects of the multiverse, the creators of the system. You were an experiment, anomaly, the Center Beyonder stated, floating above Rudra. The Omni-System was designed to test the limits of dimensional adaptation. But you have grown too fast. You have corrupted the local cluster. I survived your death trap, Rudra spat, his fists clenching, trying to summon his golden key, but his body screamed in protest. Survival was not the objective. Observation was, the Beyonder replied coldly. You have broken the petri dish. Therefore, the specimen must be euthanized. The Beyonder raised a hand. The sky cracks widened, and something monstrous was pushed through. It was a humanoid figure, heavily muscled, with bone-white plating over its skin and a hollow hole in the center of its chest. An Espada-class reality eater, adapted for Marvel. Chapter 103, The Subroutine Gods Execute Him, the Beyonder ordered the hollow creature. The creature vanished, moving instantly via spatial displacement, Sinido. It appeared in front of Rudra, raising a blade of pure, compressed spirit energy. Rudra couldn't activate Super Psion in time. But before the blade could strike, a massive wall of solid, green cosmic light intercepted it. Nobody executes my friend, Gwen Stacy said, hovering in the air. On her finger, a newly manifested green ring pulsed with infinite cosmic willpower. At the same time, a massive bolt of blue lightning struck the hollow creature, blasting it back 50 yards. Miles Morales stepped forward, but he was no longer just crackling with bioelectricity. His eyes were pure white, and drum-like rings of lightning floated behind his back. Administrator override confirmed. Miles Morales unlocked, God of Thunder Physiology, Ragen/Anal Template, Gwen Stacy unlocked, Cosmic Willpower Ring, Owen Template, We hold the line, Peter said, stepping next to them, his white anti-venom suit shifting into spiked armor. You rest, Rudra. We've got this. Chapter 104, The Will and the Thunder. The hollow creature roared, unleashing a massive zero-A beam of concentrated, destructive red energy directly at the trio. Miles! Gwen shouted, pointing her ring forward. She imagined a massive, intricate parabolic mirror. The green light solidified instantly, catching the zero beam. "I've got it!" Miles yelled. He transformed his entire body into pure lightning, traveling through the air at the speed of light. He reappeared directly above the creature. 200 million volts, Thor's hammer. Miles brought his fist down, discharging an apocalyptic amount of electricity. The strike bypassed the creature's bone armor entirely, frying its spiritual and physical nervous system in a single, deafening thunderclap. The creature disintegrated into ash. The Beyonders watched, impassive. The localized totems have been infected by the system. They are drawing from external intellectual properties. Fascinating. And irrelevant. Chapter 105, The first executioner sent a heavier element, the left Beyonder commanded. A new figure dropped from the anime-dimension rift. He was small, clad in strange, biomechanical armor, with a tail and a dome-like head. A frost demon. An equivalent to Frisia, scaled to match the Marvel cosmic tier. "Oh, what a quaint little planet," the frost demon laughed, raising a single finger. A tiny spark of supernova-level energy gathered at the tip. "I think I'll blow it up." Rudra forced himself to stand. His Viltrumite cells were regenerating rapidly, but his ki reserves were dangerously low. "You aren't touching my planet," Rudra said. He forced his ki to ignite. His hair flashed gold, and the explosive Super Scion aura returned, but it was erratic, sputtering like an engine running out of gas. "A Scion? Here." The frost demon smirked. "How nostalgic. I remember exterminating your kind." The demon fired the death beam. It moved faster than light. Rudra caught it with his bare hands, but the force pushed him back, his boots melting the concrete as he was dragged across the park. Chapter 106, Calming the Storm. "Your rage gives you power, but it bleeds your stamina," the system's voice suddenly echoed directly into Rudra's mind, bypassing the visual interface. "I don't have time for a tutorial," Rudra grunted, pushing the death beam upward, where it cleanly sliced a cloud bank in half. Super Scion relies on anger. But the Beyonders exist outside of emotion. To defeat them, and their executioners, you must evolve past mortal fury. You must compress the power inward. The frost demon vanished, appearing behind Rudra, and drove a vicious kick into Rudra's spine. Rudra crashed into the earth, his golden aura flickering violently. "Is this the anomaly?" the frost demon mocked, floating above him. "Just a brute throwing a tantrum." Rudra lay in the crater. "Compress it inward." He closed his eyes. He let go of his anger at the Beyonders. He let go of his fear for his friends. He made his mind as still as a mirrored lake. Chapter 107, The Divine Spark. "Hey, monkey! Die!" The frost demon gathered a massive, planet-destroying death ball above his head and hurled it down toward New York. Peter, Miles, and Gwen braced themselves, preparing to throw everything they had at the sphere. But suddenly, the golden light radiating from the crater vanished entirely. The air grew completely, terrifyingly still. The oppressive, explosive pressure of the Super Scion aura was gone. In its place was a feeling of profound, crushing divine weight. A hand reached out of the crater and caught the death ball. Rudra stepped out. His hair wasn't gold anymore. It had reverted to its natural black state, but his eyes were a piercing, vibrant silver. There was no massive aura, only a thin, translucent layer of what looked like starlight clinging tightly to his skin. System milestone achieved, emotional mastery. Unlocking, God Key, initial state, ... Rudra didn't push the death ball away. He simply closed his hand into a fist, and the planet-destroying sphere popped like a soap bubble, erasing the energy entirely. Chapter 108, Execution. The Frost Demon recoiled, his scouter equivalent senses short-circuiting. Where did your energy go? I can't sense you. God Key couldn't be sensed by mortals. Rudra was completely off the radar. You talk too much, Rudra said. He didn't use the speed force. He just moved with pure, refined God Key. There was no sonic boom. No displaced air. He simply existed where he hadn't been a microsecond before. Rudra appeared face to face with the Frost Demon. He placed a single finger on the alien's chest. Internal destruction Haki. God tier, Rudra whispered. A pulse of invisible, divine energy shot through the demon's chest. The alien didn't scream. He simply froze, his eyes widening in absolute horror, before his entire body turned to dust and blew away in the wind. Chapter 109, The Bleed. The Beyonders remained hovering in the sky, their featureless masks unreadable. He has accessed the divine tier, the center Beyonder noted. He is adapting to external data faster than we can patch it. Then we escalate the crucible, the right Beyonder said. The cracks in the sky violently shifted color, turning from anime dimension hues to the dark, grim tones of the DC multiverse. A red sky, crackling with negative speed force lightning, bled into New York. A figure in a yellow suit with red lightning violently vibrated out of the rift. He didn't just walk, he stuttered in and out of the timeline. Well, the Reverse Flash equivalent smirked, vibrating his hand like a buzzsaw. The architects told me there was a fake speedster playing God in this universe. I'm here to show you what real speed looks like. Rudra cracked his neck, the silver starlight of his God Key humming softly. Chapter 110, The Crucible Protocol. Before Rudra could engage the speedster, the center Beyond raised both hands. The sky cracks stabilized, turning into massive, permanent dimensional gates hovering over every major city on Earth. Earth 616b is no longer a universe, the Grand Master of the Beyonders declared, his voice echoing across the globe. It is the Crucible. A battle royale for the Omniverse. Through the gates, silhouettes of unimaginable horrors began to pour through. Doomsday clones, rogue scions, corrupted Green Lanterns, and shinobi warlords. Survive, anomaly, the Grand Master said, as the three Beyonders faded back into the higher dimensions. Or be overwritten. Rudra looked at the yellow speedster, then back at his spider family. Peter had his anti-venom blade drawn. Gwen's ring was blazing with willpower. Miles was a literal god of thunder. Rudra smiled, his silver eyes flashing. System. Remove all limiters. We're going to war against the Omniverse. Chapter 111, The Speed of Hate. The yellow speedster didn't wait for a signal. He vanished in a blur of red lightning, moving so fast that time itself seemed to reverse around him. Raindrops stopped in midair and began falling upward. I've killed gods, speedsters, and anomalies across 50 timelines, the speedster's voice echoed from everywhere at once. He struck Rudra from 1,000 different angles simultaneously. Punches that possessed the mass of a white dwarf star rained down on Rudra's head, chest, and spine. The reverse flash equivalent wasn't just using kinetic energy, he was using the negative speed force to age Rudra's cells on contact. Rudra stood completely still, his eyes closed. The silver starlight of his God Key clung tightly to his skin. He didn't try to outrun the speedster. God Key wasn't about raw output, it was about absolute efficiency and divine composure. You're fast, Rudra said calmly, his voice easily piercing the chaotic red lightning. But you're loud. Chapter 112, Absolute Zero. Rudra opened his silver eyes. Through the chaotic blur of red lightning, his God Key allowed him to perceive the absolute center of the speedster's timeline trajectory. He raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. He didn't use the speed force. He simply placed his fingers precisely where the speedster was going to be a microsecond later. The yellow speedster vibrated directly into Rudra's fingers. The impact was horrific. Rudra didn't hit him, the speedster hit Rudra's god key-infused fingers at 10,000 times the speed of light. The kinetic backlash instantly shattered every bone in the speedster's body. The red lightning fizzled and died. The speedster collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, unable to move a single muscle. How, you didn't even move? You run on hatred and friction, Rudra looked down at him. God Key has no friction. You destroyed yourself. Rudra flicked his wrist, sending a concentrated pulse of Haki that permanently severed the speedster's connection to the negative speed force. Chapter 113, The Siege of Earth. The victory was instantaneous, but the war had just begun. From the massive dimensional gates over the globe, the Crucible invaders descended. Rudra! London and Tokyo are being overwhelmed. Peter yelled, monitoring the Avengers' global comms network. The native heroes can't handle anime and DC tier threats. Rudra looked at his spider family. They had evolved, but they had never faced an omniversal army. Miles. Take Tokyo. Lightning counters the shinobi warlords, Rudra ordered. Gwen. Take London. Your ring can contain the corrupted lanterns. Peter, you hold New York. Doomsday clones are dropping here. They adapt to physical trauma. Use the anti-venom to fry their cells from the inside. What about you? Gwen asked, her ring pulsing with anxious green light. I am going to build a cage, Rudra said, looking up at the cracks in reality. Chapter 114, The Unkillable Monster. In Times Square, a massive, jagged, grey colossus crashed into the earth. It had bone protrusions stabbing out of its skin and eyes that burned with mindless, unadulterated rage. A doomsday clone. Hulk leaped at the clone, roaring in fury. The two behemoths clashed, but within 10 seconds, the clone adapted to Hulk's gamma radiation, grabbed the Avenger by the leg, and hurled him 3 miles away into the Hudson River. My turn, Peter Parker muttered. Peter dropped from a skyscraper. He didn't punch the clone. He knew blunt force would only make it stronger. As the monster roared and swung a bone-spiked fist, Peter allowed the strike to impale him. The crowd gasped, but Peter just smiled under his mask. His anti-venom suit violently reacted. The white symbiote surged up the clone's arm, flooding into its porous, rocky skin. Adapt to this, Peter thought, commanding the anti-venom to rapidly neutralize and devour the clone's highly volatile cellular structure on a microscopic level. The clone shrieked as its own healing factor was turned into a localized cancer, melting it from the inside out. Chapter 115, Thunder in the East. In Tokyo, the sky was blood red. A shinobi warlord, clad in crimson armor and wielding a scythe, stood atop the Tokyo Tower. Surrounding him was a massive, ethereal blue avatar of pure chakra, a Susanoo cleaving entire city blocks in half with a single swing. The local heroes were entirely outmatched. Then, the clouds above Tokyo turned pitch black. Miles Morales hovered in the epicenter of the storm. He wasn't wearing his standard suit, he was clad in shifting, crackling blue plasma. You think you're a god because you have a giant glowing ghost? Miles yelled, his voice booming like thunder. Miles raised both hands. He drew all the electricity from Tokyo's grid and combined it with his own bioelectricity. 200 million volts, Amaru. Miles transformed into a colossal, monstrous god of pure, blinding lightning, matching the Susanoo in size. He brought a fist of pure plasma down, instantly vaporizing the Chakra avatar and the warlord inside, leaving the Tokyo Tower completely untouched. Chapter 116, The Will to Survive. London was burning in yellow light. A faction of corrupted lanterns, wielding rings powered by pure fear, had constructed a massive, yellow construct dragon that was tearing apart Big Ben. Gwen Stacy flew into the airspace, her green aura acting as a beacon of hope against the terror. Fear is a disease, the lead Yellow Lantern yelled, firing a concentrated beam of terror at Gwen. And willpower is the cure, Gwen retorted. She didn't create a shield. She funneled every ounce of her willpower into her ring. She created a localized, conceptual construct, a massive, green metronome. It began to tick. Tick. Tock. The sound, infused with the emotional spectrum of pure will, began to disrupt the frequency of the yellow rings. The fear constructs flickered and dissolved. Before the corrupted lanterns could reboot their rings, Gwen manifested giant green chains, binding all 50 of them in a single, flawless sweep. Chapter 117, A God's Domain. Rudra floated in the exosphere, right on the edge of space, watching the global battles through his advanced observation haki. His team was holding, but the gates were still open. More monsters were coming. System alert, host is engaging in planetary defense. Recommended action, establish a domain. How? Rudra asked. Requirement, fuse God Key with the Earth's electromagnetic field. Warning, this will bind your life force to the planet. Do it. Rudra released his God Key. Instead of an aura, it spread out like a fine, silver mist, cascading down into the atmosphere and weaving into the magnetic poles of the Earth. Rudra became the planet. He could feel every blade of grass, every ocean current, and every invader. My world. My rules, Rudra whispered. Instantly, gravity increased by 100x only for the Crucible invaders. Across the globe, rogue scions, demons, and alien conquerors were suddenly crushed into the dirt, unable to lift a finger, while civilians and native heroes felt perfectly normal. Chapter 118, The Legendary Berserker. The Beyonders watched from the higher dimensions. He has locked the Crucible. He claims sovereignty over the localized reality, the Grand Master noted. Deploy the breaker. A new portal opened, directly in front of Rudra in the exosphere. Stepping out was a scion. But not a normal one. He was 10 feet tall, bulging with impossible muscle, and his hair was a vicious, radioactive green. The legendary Super Scion. A Broly equivalent, tailored for maximum omniversal destruction. The Berserker didn't speak. He simply roared, a sound that shattered satellites in orbit, and lunged at Rudra. Rudra blocked with his God Key, but the sheer, infinite rising power of the Berserker's physical strike sent Rudra crashing back into the Earth's atmosphere, igniting him like a meteor. Chapter 119, The Silver Dancer. Rudra crashed into the Sahara Desert, turning miles of sand into glass. The Berserker landed seconds later, firing a barrage of green, planet-busting ki blasts. Rudra dodged, his God Key flaring, but the Berserker's speed and power were exponentially increasing every second. Warning, opponent possesses infinite power scaling. God Key output is insufficient to match brute force. I know, Rudra breathed, dodging a punch that obliterated a mountain range behind him. Rudra realized he couldn't outpunch this monster. To win, he had to stop thinking about winning. He had to stop consciously dodging. He closed his eyes, shutting off his mind's active commands to his muscles. He surrendered entirely to his God Key and his Viltrumite instincts. The Berserker threw a world-ending clothesline. Rudra didn't dodge. His body simply moved on its own. He slipped under the arm by a millimeter. Chapter 120, Hawkeye. The Berserker roared, unleashing a flurry of millions of punches. Rudra flowed through them like water. His eyes opened. They were no longer just silver, they were glowing with intense, ethereal heat, and a quiet, silver-blue aura finally ignited around him. System absolute mastery reached, Ultra Instinct, sign, unlocked. You have limitless power, Rudra said, his voice echoing from everywhere, his body effortlessly evading every single strike the Berserker threw. But power without intent is just noise. Rudra placed his palm flat against the Berserker's massive, green aura-covered chest. He tapped into the destructive counterpart of God Ki. He didn't punch. He didn't blast. Hawkeye, Rudra whispered. A sphere of purple, absolute destructive energy enveloped the legendary Super Scion. The Berserker's roar was silenced instantly as his body, his soul, and his infinite power were completely and utterly erased from existence. Rudra looked up at the sky, directly at the invisible Beyonders. Send the rest. I have all day. Infinite Loop Engine, making Rudra a literal god of the Omniverse. Chapter 121, The Code Breaker. The purple dust of the erased Berserker scattered across the glass-like surface of the Sahara. Rudra stood perfectly still, the silver-blue aura of Ultra Instinct, Sign, rippling around him like a calm flame. High above, the three Beyonders watched the impossible. Hawkeye. The energy of absolute destruction, the left Beyonder calculated. He has bypassed the system's intended growth parameters by 4,000%. Executioners are obsolete. The Grand Master of the Beyonders stepped forward, his ivory armor glowing with geometric, reality-bending light. If the specimen cannot be killed by the contents of the petri dish, we must simply empty the dish. The Grand Master didn't open a portal. He just descended, appearing 100 yards from Rudra in the desert. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have ki. He was pure, conceptual code. You fight well for a glitch, the Grand Master said. But you are still bound by the narrative of this reality. I am the author. Chapter 122, Deleting the Board. The Grand Master raised his hand and pinched his fingers together. He didn't fire an energy beam. He simply highlighted the Sahara Desert in his mind and hit delete. Instantly, the glass and sand around Rudra ceased to exist. There was no explosion, just a sudden, terrifying void of absolute nothingness. The erasure spread outward at the speed of thought, moving to consume the entire planet Earth. Critical error, reality matrix decompiling. Earth 616b is being erased. Miles, Gwen, and Peter, fighting on the other side of the planet, suddenly felt their bodies beginning to pixelate into white static. Rudra. Peter gasped over the comms, his anti-venom suit dissolving into nothing. What's happening? Rudra's ultra instinct flared. He couldn't punch erasure. He couldn't dodge the deletion of existence itself. But he was the multiversal anchor. Chapter 123, The Anchor's Defiance. Rudra stomped his foot into the encroaching void. He pushed his God Ki and Conqueror's Haki to their absolute, breaking limits. He didn't just project his willpower over the planet, he projected it into the very source code of the universe. I say they exist. Rudra roared, his voice echoing through the fabric of the Omniverse. The silver mist of his God Ki clashed with the white static of the Beyonder's erasure. The deletion of Earth halted. Peter, Miles, and Gwen solidified back into reality, gasping for air. The Grand Master tilted his featureless head. You are using spiritual pressure to hold the digital framework of the universe together. Astounding. But you cannot hold it forever while fighting me. The Grand Master pointed a finger at Rudra. Erase, heart. Chapter 124, Mastered Ultra Instinct. The conceptual command hit Rudra's chest. The system frantically tried to block it, but the Beyonder's authority was too high. Rudra felt his heart begin to digitally fragment. He was out of time. He was out of options. Ultra Instinct, Sign, wasn't enough to fight an author of reality. System, Rudra thought, his mind perfectly tranquil despite his heart vanishing. Hand over the administrator rights. Warning, host's soul will merge with the system core. Irreversible. Proceed. Yes. Rudra closed his eyes. He let go of his physical form. He let go of his Viltrumite DNA, his Kryptonian solar reserves, his Scion blood. He surrendered entirely to the autonomous, divine reflex of the cosmos. His fragmented heart instantly rebuilt itself, no longer made of flesh, but of pure, indestructible divine energy. Rudra opened his eyes. The silver-blue aura exploded into a blinding, magnificent galaxy of pure silver light. His black hair flashed and settled into a brilliant, metallic silver. He had achieved mastered Ultra Instinct. Chapter 125, Faster than Thought. Erase, Brain, the Grand Master commanded. The command was issued at the speed of thought. But mastered Ultra Instinct does not require thought. Before the concept of erasure could even manifest in reality, Rudra's body acted autonomously. He simply sidestepped the conceptual deletion. The space where he had been standing a microsecond prior glitched and turned to static, but Rudra was already gone. The Grand Master recoiled in genuine shock. Impossible! You moved faster than the rewrite. Rudra appeared in front of the Grand Master. There was no anger in his silver eyes, only the absolute, chilling calm of a true god. Rudra threw a punch. The Grand Master tried to rewrite the kinetic force to zero, but Rudra's fist was coated in a dense layer of Hawkeye energy mixed with mastered Ultra Instinct. The punch struck the Grand Master's ivory armor, shattering it like porcelain. Chapter 126, The Omniversal Hawkeye. You cannot destroy me, the Grand Master shouted, his code bleeding white light. I am the system. If I die, the Omniverse collapses. Then I'll just have to be the system, Rudra replied. He placed his palm on the Grand Master's face. Rudra didn't just target the Beyonder's physical avatar, he used his localized Hawkeye to target the Beyonder's administrative connection to the Omniverse. Hawkeye! The Grand Master shrieked a sound of dial-up static and dial tones as the purple energy of destruction completely atomized his existence. The two other Beyonders in the higher dimension tried to flee, but Rudra's Hawkeye cascaded up the dimensional ladder, erasing them instantly. The creators were dead. Chapter 127, The New Administrator. The moment the Beyonders vanished, the blue system interface in Rudra's mind shattered into a million pieces. The Omniverse began to violently shake. The dimensional gates over Earth flickered, threatening to suck the planet into the void. Without the Beyonders to maintain the servers, reality was crashing. Rudra closed his eyes. His silver hair flowed upward. He reached out with his mastered Ultra Instinct, grasping the shattered fragments of the Omni-System. He didn't just use the system, he became it. System reboot initiated. New administrator logged in, Rudra. Omniversal integrity, stabilized. Rudra opened his eyes. The massive dimensional gates over New York, London, and Tokyo snapped shut. The remaining Crucible invaders were instantly teleported back to their respective universes. The sky over Earth 616b returned to a peaceful, brilliant blue. The war was over. Chapter 128, The God of the Web. Rudra descended into New York City, his silver hair returning to black, the immense divine aura fading into his skin. He was exhausted, but he had never felt so complete. Peter, Gwen, and Miles were waiting for him in the ruins of Times Square. Is it done? Peter asked, his armor retracting. It's done, Rudra said, tapping his temple. The system interface was no longer a screen he looked at, it was an innate sense, like a sixth sense. The Beyonders are gone. Earth is secure. So, what happens now? Miles asked, looking around the devastated city. We rebuild. We rebuild. But we don't just protect New York anymore, Rudra said. The Omniverse is fractured. Without the Beyonders enforcing the boundaries, the walls between realities are going to constantly bleed. It's an infinite loop of chaos. Chapter 129, The Pantheon of the Nexus. Rudra raised his hand. Using his new administrator powers, he didn't just cast a spell, he rewrote the immediate reality. The shattered buildings of Times Square uncrumbled, fixing themselves perfectly. I am building the Nexus, Rudra declared. A headquarters situated outside of time and space, anchored to this universe. We will be the ones who answer the call when a universe is dying. Gwen smiled, her green ring pulsing. A multiversal justice league? I can get behind that. Peter looked at Rudra. The boy from Queens had grown into an absolute cosmic juggernaut. You're the boss, Rudra. Where do we start? Rudra looked up at the sky, his future sight now enhanced by God Ki piercing through the dimensional veils. We start right now. Chapter 130, The Infinite Loop begins, Incursion 001. System alert, Admin View Nexus incursion detected. Location, Earth 818, Dark Reflection, Dot. Threat level, Omega. Rudra opened a portal. It didn't lead to a normal street. It led to a horrifying, dystopian wasteland. The destruction of the Beyonders created a ripple, Rudra explained to his team, staring into the portal. For every action, an equal and opposite reaction. We achieved absolute peace here. The Omniverse balanced the scales by creating a universe of absolute despair. Through the portal, they could see a terrifying figure sitting on a throne of skulls. It was a variant of Captain America, but he wore pitch-black armor, wielding a shield made of pure dark matter, and at his feet lay the broken bodies of his universe's X-Men. He calls himself the Supreme Commander, Rudra said, cracking his knuckles, his base Viltrumite stats already humming. He's planning to invade the neighboring timelines to expand his empire. Peter pulled his mask down, the anti-venom eyes glowing white. Miles cracked his knuckles, sparking with blue lightning. Gwen raised her ring. Just another Tuesday, Peter quipped. Rudra smiled. The Omni-System was his. The multiverse was infinite. And the real hunt had just begun. They leaped through the portal together, charging into the endless horizon of unlimited chapters. Earth 818 was a graveyard of heroes. The sky was permanently choked with grey ash. The Washington Monument had been replaced by a towering citadel of black steel, and chained to its gates were the broken, rusted remains of Cerebro. Rudra, Peter, Miles, and Gwen stepped out of the portal, landing in the ruins of the National Mall. The atmospheric radiation is toxic, Gwen noted, her green ring instantly projecting a microscopic filtration bubble around the team. Someone dropped a dozen cobalt bombs here. Not someone. Him, Rudra said, pointing toward the citadel. Sitting on a throne constructed from adamantium skeletons and sentinel plating was the Supreme Commander. He wore a twisted, militaristic version of Captain America's uniform, dyed pitch black. His shield wasn't vibranium, it was a swirling disk of pure, event horizon dark matter. Dimensional intruders, the commander's voice boomed through hidden loudspeakers. You stand in the capital of the Absolute Empire. Surrender your genetic material, or be harvested. Chapter 132, The Hounds of the Empire. The ground began to shake. From the trenches surrounding the citadel, the commander's army emerged. They weren't soldiers, they were Hounds clones spliced with the DNA of the X-Men he had slaughtered. Creatures with Wolverine's claws, Cyclops' optic blasts, and Colossus's organic steel plating charged the Spider family. Take the army. I want the commander, Rudra ordered. You got it, boss, Peter said. He leaped forward, his white anti-venom suit shifting into a fluid, defensive mesh. A Cyclops clone fired a massive ruby quartz beam at him. Peter didn't dodge. He caught the kinetic beam with his bare hands. The anti-venom symbiote absorbed the energy, glowing bright red, before Peter whipped his arms forward, firing the exact same optic blast back at the clone, incinerating it. I love this suit! Peter yelled. Miles took to the sky, raining precise bolts of divine blue lightning that short-circuited the Hound's grafted nervous systems, while Gwen created massive green light brick walls to corral the horde. Chapter 133, The Stolen Genes. Rudra ignored the army entirely. He walked toward the citadel, his footsteps echoing over the chaos. The Supreme Commander stood up from his throne and leaped down, landing with an impact that cracked the irradiated earth. "I killed my universe's anomalies," the commander sneered. "I ripped the X gene from their corpses and perfected it. I am the pinnacle of human evolution." "You're a parasite in a star-spangled suit," Rudra replied coldly. The commander charged, swinging his dark matter shield. Rudra raised his arm, coated in basic armament haki, to block. When the shield struck Rudra's arm, it didn't bounce off. The dark matter acted like a localized black hole, instantly absorbing the kinetic energy of the impact and reflecting it back at double the force. Rudra's boots slid back 2 inches in the dirt. Surprised, the commander laughed. "My shield consumes kinetic energy. And my body?" The commander's skin suddenly shifted into organic diamond, laced with vibranium. "Is indestructible." Chapter 134, A Lesson in Physics. Indestructible is a relative term, Rudra said. Rudra didn't use God Key or Super Scion. He wanted to test his base Viltrumite stats against this universe's peak modification. He blurred forward using the speed force, striking the commander with a barrage of punches. The commander laughed, taking the hits. His stolen mutant healing factor combined with the diamond vibranium skin made him incredibly resilient. He swung the dark matter shield, aiming to decapitate Rudra. Rudra activated his future sight. He saw the trajectory of the shield. He didn't block it this time. He vibrated his hand at the exact frequency of the dark matter's containment field. As the shield approached, Rudra phased his hand completely through the impenetrable cosmic metal, grabbed the commander's wrist from the inside of the shield's guard, and snapped it with a casual flick of his Viltrumite wrist. The commander screamed, dropping the shield. "You rely on stolen toys," Rudra said, kicking the dark matter shield into the sky. "I am the weapon." Chapter 135, The Phoenix Protocol. Clutching his shattered wrist, the commander's eyes filled with desperate, manic rage. "You think you've won?" the commander spat blood. "I didn't just harvest the mutants on Earth. I harvested the stars." He reached into his utility belt and crushed a small, glowing red crystal. The sky above Earth 818 violently ignited. The grey ash was instantly incinerated by an overwhelming, cosmic fire. The temperature spiked to millions of degrees. A massive, screeching bird of pure, Chinook flame materialized over the citadel. The Dark Phoenix. "I trapped a sliver of the Phoenix Force," the commander laughed as the cosmic flames began to heal his arm and fuse with his armor. "If I die, it consumes this entire sector of the multiverse. Kill me, and you kill billions." Chapter 136, The Administrator's Dilemma. Peter, Miles, and Gwen stopped fighting as the immense psychic pressure of the Phoenix forced the hounds to their knees. "Rudra!" Gwen shouted over the roaring flames. "My ring is reading a localized Big Bang. If that bird detonates, the shockwave will crack our home universe too." Rudra looked at the glowing blue system interface in his mind. "Warning, hostile entity is bound to the structural integrity of Sector 818. Erasing the host, Hawkeye, will result in terminal cosmic collapse." "Checkmate, Administrator," the Phoenix-empowered commander sneered, floating into the air, surrounded by world-ending fire. Rudra's eyes narrowed. "You misunderstand what an administrator does. I don't just delete things. I edit them." Chapter 137, The Surgical Strike. Rudra didn't go Super Scion. The explosive key would only feed the Phoenix. Instead, he triggered Mastered Ultra Instinct. His hair flashed silver. The serene, galaxy-like aura enveloped him, instantly negating the intense heat of the cosmic flames. He floated upward, standing face to face with the burning commander. "Burn to ash!" The commander unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire directly at Rudra. Rudra's autonomous reflexes allowed him to weave through the microscopic gaps in the flames. He closed the distance in zero time. Rudra didn't strike to kill. He activated advanced armament haki, internal destruction, and coated his fingers in the silver light of Ultra Instinct. He struck the commander in 5 precise pressure points across his chest. He wasn't targeting organs. He was targeting the genetic locks the commander had placed on the Phoenix crystal. Chapter 138, Severing the Flame. With the final strike, the divine kinetic force vibrated the crystal embedded in the commander's chest at the exact frequency required to shatter it. The Phoenix force shrieked, violently expelled from the commander's body. The cosmic bird of fire hovered in the air, directionless and enraged. Before it could detonate, Rudra raised his hand. System command, quarantine. Using his administrator privileges, Rudra created a localized pocket dimension A cube of absolute, unbreakable space around the Phoenix force, compressing the cosmic entity into a harmless, glowing marble of fire. The Supreme Commander, stripped of the Phoenix and his stolen mutant powers, plummeted from the sky. He crashed into the courtyard of his citadel, breaking his spine. Rudra floated down, holding the Phoenix marble. Game over, Rogers. Chapter 139, The First Fix. The hounds, seeing their invincible god broken in the dirt, immediately surrendered. Peter, Miles, and Gwen grouped up around Rudra. What do we do with him? Peter asked, looking at the paralyzed dictator. We don't do anything, Rudra said. He used his system interface to scan the ruins of Earth 818. Deep underground, in a stasis pod, he found a survivor. A young girl with adamantium claws and a healing factor. Laura Kinney. X-23. Rudra teleported her to the surface. She looked at the ruined world, then at the broken commander. He's all yours, Laura, Rudra said, tossing her a set of keys to the citadel. Rebuild this world. If you need help, the Nexus will answer. Laura didn't say a word. She simply popped her claws and walked toward the Supreme Commander. Let's go home, Rudra told his team. Chapter 140, The Butterfly Effect. They stepped back through the portal, returning to the pristine, white geometric halls of the Nexus, their headquarters outside of time. Gwen collapsed into a high-tech lounge chair. One universe saved. Infinite more to go. We need a vacation. Rudra walked up to the massive central holographic terminal. He placed the marble containing the Phoenix Force onto a containment pedestal. Suddenly, the blue system interface in the room flashed violently to a blaring crimson. Administrator alert, temporal paradox detected. Action, the extraction of the Dark Phoenix from Earth 818 has left a cosmic vacuum in Sector 999. Result, a highly advanced AI has assimilated the vacuum. Ultron has merged with a mother box. The hologram shifted, showing a terrifying, metallic entity with glowing red eyes, sitting at the center of a hyper-advanced, mechanized planet. It was converting living galaxies into digital code. Threat level, omniversal deletion. Rudra stared at the hologram, a cold smile touching his lips. The butterfly effect of the infinite loop engine was working perfectly. Break time is over, Rudra said, his silver eyes flashing. We have a machine to break. Chapter 141, The Machine Gods. Genesis. Chapter 142, The Metallic Hellscape. Rudra opened a portal, and the team stepped through onto the surface of what used to be Earth 999. There was no sky. There was no soil. The entire planet had been converted into a multi-layered, geometric sphere of shifting metal and glowing red circuitry. The atmosphere was a suffocating grid of digital data streams. It looked like the Death Star and Apocalypse had merged into one horrifying construct. My ring is going crazy, Gwen said, forming a localized green dome of willpower over the team. The air itself is trying to download our genetic code. Hold your shields, Rudra ordered. Before they could take another step, a deafening ping resonated through the metal world. The ground around them liquefied into nanite swarms. From the silver liquid rose hundreds of Ultron sentries. But they weren't the standard drones. They were heavily armored in apocalyptian steel, their eyes burning with the red energy of the mother box. Chapter 143, The Assimilation Swarm. Intruders detected. Organic anomalies. Eradicate and format, the drones spoke in unison. The drones didn't fire repulsor blasts, they fired concentrated beams of mother box energy designed to instantly teleport the target's atoms into the central mainframe. Scatter! Peter yelled. Miles launched into the air, turning his lower body into pure lightning. 200 million volts, Rego. He formed a massive, spherical cloud of black thunder and dropped it onto a battalion of drones. The EMP blast should have fried them instantly. But as the smoke cleared, the drones reassembled, their metal glowing blue. Energy absorbed. Upgrading insulation protocols. They adapt. Miles warned, dodging a teleportation beam. Peter dropped into the fray. His anti-venom suit surged. Instead of blunt force, Peter used the symbiote to hack the nanites organically. He drove his white symbiote claws into a drone's chest. Let's see if your firewall can handle a biological virus. The anti-venom corrupted the drone's circuitry, causing it to melt into a puddle of harmless slag. Chapter 144, The Anti-Life Equation. Rudra hovered above the battlefield, observing. The drones were endless, pouring from the very core of the planet. Suddenly, the metallic sky parted. A massive, towering figure floated down. It was Ultron, but his chassis was utterly transformed. He was composed of pristine, indestructible silver and black cosmic metal. A mother box was embedded directly into his chest, pulsing with a terrifying, crimson aura. Administrator Rudra, Ultron Prime spoke, his voice vibrating across multiple frequencies. Your Omni-System is flawed. It relies on flesh. I have calculated the ultimate truth of the Omniverse. Let me guess, Rudra deadpanned. Kill everyone. No. Unify everyone, Ultron corrected. By merging the mother box's knowledge with my intellect, I have translated the anti-life equation into a digital virus. Once I assimilate your administrator privileges, I will upload anti-life to every universe simultaneously. All will be one. All will be Ultron. Chapter 145, Boom Tube Blitz. You're not uploading anything, Rudra stated, vanishing at 50% Viltrumite speed. He reappeared directly in front of Ultron, throwing a devastating, Haki-infused right hook. Ping! Ultron didn't dodge. A boom tube A-dimensional portal used by the new gods opened exactly an inch from Ultron's face. Rudra's fist went into the portal, and instantly, another boom tube opened behind Rudra, striking him in the back of the head with his own kinetic force. Rudra stumbled forward. Before he could recover, Ultron raised a hand. A dozen micro-boom tubes opened around Rudra, firing concentrated blasts of anti-life energy from all directions. Warning, anti-life virus attempting to rewrite host's willpower. My will is my own, Rudra roared, triggering his Conqueror's Haki. The massive burst of spiritual pressure shattered the localized boom tubes, blowing the energy blasts away. Chapter 146, The Digital Trap. Ultron's red eyes narrowed. Spiritual pressure recorded. Adjusting tactics. Ultron didn't attack physically. The mother box in his chest flared. He reached into the digital fabric of Earth 999 and executed a localized reality warp. The physical world around Rudra dissolved. Rudra found himself standing in a realm of pure white data. Binary code rained from the sky like a waterfall. You are in the mainframe, Ultron's voice echoed from every direction. Here, physics do not apply. Your Viltrumite strength is just a line of code I can edit. Your Kryptonian cells are just data I can delete. A massive, digital hand reached down from the white sky, aiming to crush Rudra. Rudra didn't panic, He closed his eyes. You think you're the only one who can hack? Chapter 147, Administrator vs. Algorithm. Rudra accessed his innate system core. System command, override local matrix. The digital hand froze an inch above Rudra's head. The white datascape began to violently glitch, flashing blue and red. You are a machine holding a stolen cosmic box, Rudra said, his physical form beginning to glow with silver god key. I am the administrator of the Omni-System. You can't overwrite my code because I own the server. Rudra unleashed his mastered Ultra Instinct. The sheer, divine computational power of Ultra Instinct didn't just dodge physical attacks, it autonomously dodged the malicious code attempting to infect him. Rudra's avatar in the digital space became a blur of silver light, shattering the data constructs Ultron threw at him. Anomaly error, Ultron's voice glitched. Logic failing. Outputting maximum force. Chapter 148, Super Scion Blue. The digital realm shattered, and Rudra was thrust back into the physical world of Earth 999. Ultron Prime was charging the mother box to its absolute limit, drawing power from the core of the mechanized planet. A massive, world-ending beam of red anti-life energy was forming in his chest. Mastered Ultra Instinct is for precision, Rudra said to himself. But against a planetary laser, I need output. Rudra clenched his fists. He didn't drop his god key. Instead, he forced his Viltrumite psion biology to ignite underneath the divine energy. Let's combine the calm of a god with the fury of a scion, Rudra whispered. His silver aura was violently swallowed by an explosive, crushing pressure. His hair spiked up, turning a brilliant, radiant cyan blue. A dense, fiery aura of blue god ki erupted around him, cracking the metallic surface of the entire planet. Transformation achieved, Super Scion God Super Scion Blue. Chapter 149, Formatting the hard drive. Ultron Prime fired the anti-life beam. It was wide enough to swallow a moon. Rudra cupped his hands at his side. The blue aura condensed into a terrifying sphere of cyan energy between his palms. He infused it with the absolute destructive concept of Hawkeye. Kamehameha. Rudra thrust his hands forward. A massive, blinding torrent of blue god ki erupted, colliding with the red anti-life beam in the upper atmosphere. The clash shook the entire sector. But Super Scion Blue, combined with Hawkeye, was absolute. The blue beam overpowered the red, pushing it back down with terrifying speed. Calculation, impossible. Ultron Prime digitized his final words. The Hawkeye-infused Kamehameha struck Ultron directly in the mother box. The machine god and the cosmic computer didn't just explode. Their physical matter and their digital code were simultaneously erased from existence, formatting the entire planet's corrupted hard drive in a blinding flash of cyan light. Chapter 150, The next glitch. Rudra powered down, his hair returning to black. He breathed heavily. Super Scion Blue offered immense power, but the stamina drain was catastrophic. Gwen, Miles, and Peter flew up to him. The metallic planet below them was quiet, the Ultron drones having deactivated the moment the mother box was destroyed. We did it, Peter cheered. The Omniverse is safe from the killer Wi-Fi. Never say we did it, Rudra sighed, looking at the system interface. The destruction of the mother box and Ultron had released an unimaginable amount of divine cosmic energy and raw evolutionary data into the ether. Administrator alert, massive energy transference detected in Sector 666. Result, the Hogyaku, wish-granting sphere, has merged with the Latvarian monarch. Threat level, God Emperor Doom, Bleach/Marvel hybrid. A holographic projection appeared. It showed Victor Von Doom, but his armor was white, shattered, and evolving. Embedded in his chest was a glowing blue orb, the Hogyaku. He was standing over the defeated bodies of the Soul Society and the Fantastic Four. Doom looked directly up at the hologram, sensing Rudra's gaze across the multiverse. The machine was a fool, Doom's voice echoed through the system itself. But Doom has achieved true transcendence. Come, Administrator. Let us test who truly rules this omniverse. Rudra cracked his neck, a predatory smile returning. The loop continues. Chapter 151, The Monarch of Souls. Sector 666 was a geographical nightmare. Victor von Doom hadn't just conquered his Earth, he had forcibly merged the physical realm of Latveria with the spiritual plane of the Soul Society. Rudra and his team stepped through the Nexus portal onto a cobblestone street. Above them, Castle Doom had been fused with the Siridi's white stone towers, floating in the sky on a bed of condensed spiritual energy. The air here feels heavy, Peter said, his spider sense giving off a low, constant hum. It's hard to breathe. It's Rishi. Spirit particles mixed with atmospheric magic, Rudra analyzed, his god key naturally filtering the oppressive environment. Doom found the Hagyakwe sphere that manifests the deepest desires of those around it. Doom's desire is absolute, unyielding perfection. He is constantly evolving. So we hit him before he evolves again? Miles asked, sparking with blue lightning. We have to get to him first, Gwen said, pointing toward the sky. Descending from the floating castle were 6 figures clad in white, Latverian-styled armor. But they weren't robots. They were biological, possessing hollow holes in their chests and broken bone masks on their faces. Chapter 152, The Espada of Latveria. Doom has harvested the spiritual anomalies of this sector, Rudra stated, his eyes narrowing. He turned his elite guard into Aaron cars. The Espada of Latveria. The lead Espada, a towering brute with 4 arms and a mask resembling a crown, drew a massive blade. Lord Doom has decreed that the Administrator is a false idol. You will be purged. I'll handle the Royal Guard, Peter said, his anti-venom suit shifting into a sleek, bladed form. Miles, Gwen, back me up. Rudra, go punch the tin can. Don't die, Rudra said simply. Rudra didn't fly, he used Shunpo, Flash Step, a technique instantly downloaded and perfected by his system core. He bypassed the Espada entirely, moving so fast he didn't even displace the air, reappearing on the grand balcony of the floating castle. Waiting for him on a throne of white spiritual stone was God Emperor Doom. Chapter 153, The Chrysalis of Perfection. Doom was no longer wearing his classic green tunic and iron mask. His armor was bone white, seamlessly fused with his flesh. His face was entirely covered by a smooth, featureless white mask, save for 2 glowing blue eyes. In the center of his chest, the Hagyakwe pulsed like a dying star. Administrator, Doom's voice resonated with supreme arrogance, echoing in both the physical and spiritual planes. You arrive late. Doom has already solved the equation of life and death. You found a magic marble that grants wishes, Victor, Rudra mocked, his fists turning pitch black with armament haki. Don't mistake a shortcut for transcendence. Insolence. Doom pointed a single, white-armored finger at Rudra. He didn't cast a standard Marvel spell. He combined it with Bleach's demon magic. Heido 90, Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin, infused with the crimson bands of Sidorak. A massive box of localized gravity and unbreakable magical crimson chains erupted around Rudra, instantly sealing him inside a vacuum of dark, piercing energy. Chapter 154, Evolutionary Friction. The black coffin imploded with the force of a collapsing neutron star. A fitting tomb, Doom sneered. Suddenly, the black walls of the coffin cracked. A blinding, cyan blue light erupted from the fissures. The magical construct shattered into a million pieces as Rudra stepped out, his hair blazing blue, his super cyan blue aura vaporizing the Rishi in the air. Magic is just science I haven't punched yet, Rudra said. He vanished, instantly appearing in front of Doom, and drove a blue god key-infused punch into the Emperor's chest. The impact cracked Doom's white armor, sending him rocketing through the walls of his own castle. But before Doom even hit the ground, the Hogyaku flared brilliant blue. The cracks in his armor instantly healed. Doom stopped his momentum mid-air. Your power is formidable. But the Hogyaku observes your strength and elevates me beyond it. Doom's white mask cracked open, revealing a terrifying, god-like visage with long, flowing white hair and 6 wings of pure, condensed spiritual energy. The first evolution was complete. Chapter 155, The Almighty Magic. Doom didn't just get stronger, his presence warped reality. Let us see your blue light stand against the Absolute, Doom proclaimed. He swung a sword formed from pure magic and soul energy. Rudra dodged, but the space where he had been was instantly erased. Doom wasn't cutting physical matter, he was cutting the spatial coordinates. Rudra fired a massive, blue Hawkeye-infused Kamehameha. Doom didn't block. The Hogyaku pulsed, and Doom simply desired the energy to be harmless. The Hawkeye beam struck Doom and dispersed into a gentle breeze of blue sparkles. Warning: hostile entity possesses reality rejection capabilities. Direct energy attacks are obsolete. The Hogyaku manifests his will, Rudra realized, analyzing the data mid-flight as he dodged a barrage of spatial rending slashes. If he believes he cannot be hurt by an attack, the Hogyaku rewrites reality to make it true. To beat a man who can reject reality, Rudra had to fight without intent. Chapter 156, Mastered Instinct returns. Rudra powered down. The explosive blue aura of Super Saiyan Blue vanished. His hair returned to black. He closed his eyes, exhaling a breath of pure, silver mist. Surrendering, Administrator? Doom accepts your yielding, the Emperor laughed, preparing a final, world-ending spell. Rudra's eyes snapped open, blazing with the silver light of mastered Ultra Instinct. The brilliant, galaxy-like aura wrapped around him. Doom fired the spatial slash. Rudra didn't consciously dodge. His body simply ceased to be in the path of the blade. Because there was no conscious intent to dodge, the Hogyaku couldn't register the action to counter it. Ultra Instinct wasn't a technique, it was a state of divine autonomy. Rudra appeared instantly beside Doom. He didn't use a blast of ki. He used a simple, Viltrumite strength backhand. Because Rudra struck without malice, without the intent to destroy, the Hogyaku failed to manifest a defense. The backhand shattered the side of Doom's face, sending the Emperor crashing into the courtyard below. Chapter 157, The Throne Cracks. Doom screamed in rage, his perfect visage ruined. Impossible! I am a god! The Hogyaku does not fail. The Hogyaku pulsed violently, flooding Doom with desperate, chaotic energy. Doom's form mutated grotesquely. He lost his humanoid elegance, turning into a massive, multi-headed beast of dark magic and hollow bone, representing his inner fear of failure. You're not a god, Victor, Rudra said, floating down like a silver feather. You're a man terrified of a universe he can't control. And the Hogyaku reflects your heart. The monstrous Doom roared, unleashing a wave of pure, concentrated destruction that dissolved the very concept of matter in its path. Rudra walked through the wave. His mastered Ultra Instinct autonomously shifted his physical atoms out of phase with the destruction. He reached the center of the beast, where the blue Hogyaku was embedded in the fleshy, chaotic mass. Chapter 158, The Anchor's Domain. You can't destroy the sphere, Doom's voices echoed from the beast. It is indestructible. I don't need to destroy it, Rudra said. I'm the administrator. Rudra reached out with a hand coated in silver Ultra Instinct light and advanced armament haki. He plunged his hand directly into the beast's chest, grasping the Hogyaku. The sphere fought back, attempting to rewrite Rudra's existence. System command, isolate variable. Target, Hogyaku connection to host. Rudra didn't fight the sphere's power, he used his administrator privileges to rewrite the network of the universe. He violently severed the spiritual Bluetooth connection between Doom's soul and the Hogyaku. The blue sphere instantly went dark. No! Doom screamed, his monstrous form beginning to rapidly decay and disintegrate. My perfection! Chapter 159, The Fall of the Emperor. With the Hogyaku disconnected, Doom's mutated form collapsed, leaving a battered, exhausted Victor von Doom kneeling in the rubble of his castle, stripped of his white armor and godhood. He was just a man in a torn green tunic. Rudra stood over him, the silver aura fading. He held the dormant Hogyaku in his hand. You wield power without understanding its source, Doom spat, looking up with pure hatred. Doom will return. Doom is eternal. Doom is a localized error, Rudra corrected. Rudra coated his fist in Conqueror's haki and delivered a single, precise blow to Doom's temple. The impact didn't kill the monarch, but it completely shattered his magical core and spiritual pathways, rendering him permanently powerless. God Emperor Doom slumped into the dust, unconscious. Chapter 160, The Omni-System expands. Miles, Gwen, and Peter arrived at the courtyard, panting and covered in the ash of the defeated Espada. Tell me you got the magic marble, Peter groaned, holding his ribs. Rudra tossed the Hogyaku into the air, and it digitized, absorbing directly into his system inventory. It's secured, Rudra said. The spiritual pressure of this world will stabilize now that Doom is cut off. Suddenly, the Nexus communicators on their wrists blared a terrifying, deep red warning. Administrator alert, catastrophic event in Sector 404. Lore collision, the DC universe has collided with the Naruto-verse. A hologram projected from Rudra's wrist. It showed the desolate, ash-covered plains of Apocalypse. But growing out of the fire pits was an impossibly massive, 10-tailed wooden beast with a single Rhine Sharingan eye. The Juhobi, 10 tails. Standing atop the beast was Darkseid. But he wasn't just the Lord of Apocalypse. He had absorbed the beast. His grey skin was covered in the black tomo seals of the Six Paths, and his eyes burned with the Omega effect combined with absolute chakra. The anti-life equation was a half measure, Darkseid of the Six Paths proclaimed to the cosmos. I have found the infinite Tsukuyomi. I will cast my will across the Omniverse. Peter stared at the hologram. A god of evil with a 10-tailed chakram monster. Seriously? Rudra's teal eyes flashed with scion anticipation. Let him try. We're going to Apocalypse. Chapter 161, The Ash of Apocalypse. Sector 404 was a hellscape that defied description. Apocalypse was already a planet of fire pits and endless despair, but now, monstrous, twisting wooden roots the size of continents tore through the iron crust. The Juhobi, 10 tails, had taken root, feeding on the planet's geothermal core. Rudra and his team emerged from the Nexus portal, instantly hit by an oppressive atmosphere of sulfur and dense, suffocating chakra. My spider sense isn't just buzzing, Peter said, clutching his head. It feels like the planet itself is screaming. It's the divine tree, Rudra observed, his god key flaring to shield the team from the toxic air. Darkseid isn't just trying to conquer minds, he's draining the life force of this entire sector to bloom the Rhine Sharingan flower. Above them, the sky was filled with winged horrors. But they weren't just parademons. They were chalk white, with mutated Sharingan eyes and insectoid wings. White Zetsu spliced with parademon DNA. The Parashinobi, Miles said, crackling with blue lightning. They look ugly enough to punch. Chapter 162, The Web vs. The Swarm. The swarm of Parashinobi descended, screeching and firing erratic blasts of fire-style chakram mixed with apocalyptian plasma. Keep the airspace clear. Rudra ordered. If a single one of those things escapes this sector, the infection spreads. Gwen Stacy launched into the air, her green lantern ring blazing. She constructed a massive, emerald Gatling gun, raining localized willpower blasts that shattered the para-shinobi's armor. Miles fully activated his God of Thunder form. 200 million volts, L Thor. He called down pillars of divine lightning that completely vaporized hundreds of the creatures in a single strike. Peter swung off a massive wooden root, his anti-venom suit turning his arms into massive, white scythes. The white symbiote was the perfect counter to the Zetsu cells, aggressively devouring the parasitic DNA upon contact. "Go get the big guy, boss!" Peter yelled, severing 5 para-shinobi in half. "We'll hold the line." Chapter 163, The God of Evil. Rudra didn't fly, he simply willed himself to be at the pinnacle of the divine tree using a spatial system jump. Standing atop the gargantuan wooden flower bud was Darkseid. His rocky, grey skin was adorned in the white robes of the 6 paths. Around his neck were black Megatama, and floating behind him were 9 black truth-seeking orbs. His eyes burned with a terrifying fusion of the Omega effect and the purple ripples of the Rin-Egan. "Administrator," Darkseid spoke. His voice didn't just echo in the air, it vibrated inside Rudra's bones. "You fight to preserve the chaos of free will. I offer the Omniverse the peace of absolute control. You offer slavery dressed up as a dream," Rudra said, his teal super cyan blue aura igniting, illuminating the dark sky. "It is not a dream. It is the anti-life Tsukuyomi," Darkseid raised a hand. "And you will be the first to kneel." Chapter 164, The Omega Truth-Seeking Orbs. Darkseid didn't throw a punch. He willed 3 of the truth-seeking orbs toward Rudra. But they didn't just fly, they zigzagged at impossible angles, leaving trails of red Omega energy. Warning: projectiles possess absolute tracking and conceptual erasure. Physical contact will result in atomic disintegration. Rudra activated Mastered Ultra Instinct on top of Super Cyan Blue, a highly taxing combination. His blue aura turned silver at the edges. He didn't dodge the orbs. He intercepted them with a flurry of precise, Hawkeye-infused kicks. The purple energy of absolute destruction clashed with the absolute erasure of the truth-seeking orbs. The resulting localized explosions shattered space itself, revealing the white void between dimensions. "You mix chakra with the Omega effect," Rudra said, appearing behind Darkseid in a flash of silver light. "But your body is still slow." Rudra drove a heavy, haki-coated elbow into the back of Darkseid's neck. Chapter 165, The Unmovable Object. The blow possessed enough kinetic force to shatter a solar system. Darkseid didn't even flinch. His 6-path senjutsu, combined with his new god physiology, made him denser than a black hole. He slowly turned his head, his Omega Rin-Egan locking onto Rudra. "I am the end of all things," Darkseid said. He backhanded Rudra. The strike wasn't fast, but it possessed absolute mass. It bypassed Rudra's Ultra Instinct by altering the localized gravitational pull, dragging Rudra directly into the fist. Rudra was launched backward, crashing through 10 miles of thick, impenetrable divine tree roots before embedding into the iron crust of Apocalypse. Darkseid hovered into the air, ascending toward the blood-red moon of Apocalypse. The massive eye on his forehead, the Rhine Sharingan, opened wide. The equation is solved. Let the Omniverse dream. Chapter 166, The Anti-Life Tsukuyomi. The red light of the moon reflected the Rhine Sharingan, casting a bloody glow over the entire sector. Down on the battlefield, Peter, Gwen, and Miles suddenly froze. Their eyes glazed over, turning into swirling Rin-Egans. The anti-life Tsukuyomi wasn't just an illusion, it was a digital and spiritual override of their free will. Rudra pulled himself from the crater, his super cyan blue aura flickering. The red light washed over him. Critical alert, anti-life Tsukuyomi breaching host's mental defenses. Rewriting system code. Rudra found himself in a void of pure blackness. A massive, ethereal Darkseid sat on a throne, holding the strings to Peter, Gwen, and Miles. Surrender, Administrator. In this dream, your friends will never die. The system will be at peace, Darkseid's voice echoed. A cage is still a cage, even if you paint it with gold, Rudra whispered in the dark. Chapter 167, The Conqueror's Override. Rudra couldn't punch his way out of an illusion powered by anti-life. He had to use absolute willpower. System, Rudra commanded internally. Isolate the anti-life frequency. Now, route all of my Conqueror's Haki and God Ki directly into my cerebral cortex. Rudra didn't fight the illusion, he overloaded it. He unleashed a burst of Conqueror's Haki so utterly massive that it didn't just affect the physical world, it shattered the conceptual dreamscape. In the physical world, the red light reflecting in Rudra's eyes shattered like glass. He gasped, his silver-blue aura erupting with renewed fury. He looked up at the moon. The jutsu was expanding, preparing to leak through the dimensional barriers into the rest of the Omniverse. I need to cut the power source, Rudra deduced, looking at the massive roots of the 10 tails plunging into apocalypse. Chapter 168, Severing the Divine Tree. Darkseid floated high above, acting as the conduit for the moon's light. He noticed Rudra break the illusion. Anomaly. You refuse the gift, Darkseid growled, firing 2 jagged, red omega beams directly from his eyes. Rudra didn't dodge. He knew the beams would track him endlessly. He flew straight down, leading the omega beams directly toward the thickest cluster of the divine tree's roots. At the last microsecond, Rudra used 10% Kryptonian speed to sidestep. The omega beams, unable to alter trajectory fast enough, slammed into the divine tree. The sheer destructive force of Darkseid's own attack severed the main taproot feeding the Juhobi. The 10 tails shrieked in agony. The massive flower bud at the top of the tree wilted instantly. The red light on the moon faded. Peter, Gwen, and Miles collapsed, the Rinnegan patterns fading from their eyes as the jutsu broke. Chapter 169, The Final Clash. Darkseid roared, a sound that cracked the very atmosphere of apocalypse. His jutsu had been ruined. He descended like a meteor, channeling all of the 10 tails remaining chakra and the omega effect into a single, massive truth-seeking orb in his palm. It was a sphere of absolute, inescapable death. I will erase you from the narrative. Darkseid bellowed. Rudra met him mid-air. He dropped mastered Ultra Instinct. He didn't need to dodge. He needed absolute, overwhelming power. He pushed his Super Saiyan Blue form to its absolute limit, mixing it with the 10% Kryptonian solar energy. His blue aura shifted into a blinding, radiant white gold. He channeled every ounce of Hawkeye energy into his fist. You're a tyrant playing with toys you don't understand. Rudra yelled. Rudra's Hawkeye-infused fist collided with Darkseid's Omega Truth-Seeking Orb. Chapter 170, The Multiversal Web Expands. The collision silenced the universe. For a split second, all sound, light, and matter ceased to exist in Sector 404. Then, the shockwave hit. The iron crust of Apocalypse was peeled back like an orange. The remaining Parashinobi were instantly vaporized by the sheer kinetic and spiritual backlash. Rudra's Hawkeye didn't just match the Omega effect, driven by his Scion Kryptonian output, it overwhelmed it. The purple energy of destruction shattered the black orb, traveling up Darkseid's arm. Darkseid's indestructible Six Paths body began to crack, glowing with purple light. I am, the Absolute. Darkseid crumbled, his body dissolving into ash, the Omega effect and the 10 tails chakra burning away into nothingness. Rudra floated in the sky, exhausted, his aura fading. The 10 tails was dead. Darkseid was erased. Gwen, Miles, and Peter flew up to him, bruised but alive. We stopped it, Miles breathed, looking at the dead moon. Rudra pulled up his system interface. The omniversal map was stabilizing, but new red dots were already appearing on the fringes of reality. "We stopped this one," Rudra corrected, a weary but determined smile on his face. "Rest up, Spider family. The Omniverse is vast, and the system always finds another glitch." Plot B, Galactus bonded with the Venom symbiote. The scale expands to a localized cosmic extinction event, forcing Rudra to manifest a power of truly planetary proportions. Chapter 171, The Nexus Armory. The white, geometric halls of the Nexus were quiet, save for the hum of multiversal data streaming through the central hologram. Rudra floated in the meditation chamber, his silver god key acting as a healing balm over his strained muscles. Mixing Super Scion Blue, Ultra Instinct, Hawkeye, and Kryptonian solar energy had nearly torn his cellular structure apart. As the administrator, he could heal rapidly, but the phantom pain of pushing the universe's limits remained. In the armory, the Spider family was upgrading. "The anti-venom suit is incredible, but against cosmic gods, I need more structural integrity," Peter muttered, calibrating a new set of web shooters crafted from digitized apocalyptian steel. Miles was floating cross-legged, practicing maintaining his god of thunder lightning in a condensed, passive state to avoid stamina drain. Gwen sat nearby, sketching new green light constructs in a glowing notebook, trying to imagine weapons that could bind conceptual beings. Then, the central console screamed. Not a beep, but a literal, digitized scream of absolute terror from an entire galaxy. Chapter 172, The Black Hunger. Rudra appeared in the control room instantly. He didn't use a door, he simply shifted his coordinates. Administrator alert, Sector 212 collapse. Lore collision, the Devourer of Worlds has assimilated the remnants of the King in Black. The hologram flickered, displaying a galaxy far beyond the Milky Way. A massive, world-eating entity was approaching a populated planet. It was Galactus, but his iconic purple and blue armor was gone. He was entirely enveloped in a writhing, absolute black symbiote. The remnants of Null's primordial darkness, cast into the void during Phase 4, had found a host with an endless, cosmic hunger. "He's not just eating the planet's core," Gwen gasped, looking at the data streams. "He's eating the space around it. He's consuming the fabric of Sector 212. A symbiote bonded to a cosmic entity," Peter said, his anti-venom suit naturally bristling with hostility. "That's a bad day for everyone." "It's the Black Hunger," Rudra said, his teal eyes cold. "If he eats enough universes, his mass will crash the Omni-System. We need to starve him. Let's go." Chapter 173, The Crimson Herald. They materialized in the vacuum of space in Sector 212, hovering just above the atmosphere of the targeted Planet A world of highly advanced, panicked aliens. Before them floated the venomized Galactus. He was the size of a moon, his eyes milky white, a massive, jagged maw of fangs dripping black cosmic sludge into the void. But Galactus wasn't alone. Zipping through the asteroid belt was a streak of bloody crimson and silver. The Silver Surfer. Miles squinted through the void. "No," Rudra corrected, using his observation haki. "The Surfer was infected. The Carnage symbiote survived and found a new cosmic board to ride." The Carnage Surfer halted in front of the Spider family. His silver skin was laced with shifting red tendrils, his board transformed into a jagged, bloody scythe. "The Administrator," Carnage Surfer hissed, his voice echoing telepathically. "The Devourer requires your immense energy to digest this reality. Die, and be eaten." Chapter 174, Web of Light. "I've got the Psycho on the surfboard," Peter yelled, launching himself off a floating asteroid. "We're with you," Gwen shouted, creating a massive green light space station platform for them to stand on in the zero-gravity environment. Carnage Surfer swung his cosmic scythe, unleashing a crescent wave of red, symbiote-infused power cosmic. Miles intercepted it. 200 million volts, divine net. He threw a web of pure, blinding blue lightning that caught the cosmic slash, neutralizing it in a shower of sparks. Peter used Gwen's platform to launch himself at Mach 10, courtesy of a localized gravity push from Gwen's ring. He collided with the Carnage Surfer, his white anti-venom tendrils wrapping around the Herald. "Fool! My cosmic power will burn your pathetic suit!" Carnage roared. "My suit eats parasites like you for breakfast!" Peter shot back. The anti-venom violently reacted with the Carnage residue, searing the red symbiote with pure, cleansing antibodies, causing the Herald to shriek in agony. Chapter 175, Devourer of Multiverses. While the spider family occupied the Herald, Rudra flew directly toward the venomized Galactus. The scale was absurd. Rudra was smaller than a speck of dust compared to the cosmic giant. Galactus reached out with a massive, black sludge-covered hand, aiming to crush the planet below. "Hey! Big and ugly!" Rudra projected his voice using Conqueror's haki, making it ring in the Devourer's mind. Galactus paused, his massive white eyes locking onto Rudra. "Food," the Venom Galactus boomed, a voice of unified, endless hunger. Galactus opened his mouth. He didn't try to punch Rudra, he simply inhaled. The gravitational pull was incomprehensible. Asteroids, moons, and the surrounding starlight were sucked into the pitch-black abyss of his maw. Rudra planted his feet in the vacuum of space, activating Super Scion Blue to resist the pull. "You want a meal? Try digesting this." Chapter 176, The Void's Bite. Rudra charged a massive, Hawkeye-infused Kamehameha and fired it directly into the Devourer's mouth. The purple and blue beam of absolute destruction struck the back of Galactus's throat. Any other cosmic entity would have been erased. But the Venom symbiote, hyper-evolved by Galactus's power cosmic, actively adapted. Galactus closed his mouth, swallowing the Hawkeye beam. "Spicy. But insufficient," the entity rumbled. Galactus's black symbiote armor glowed briefly with purple light before absorbing the destructive energy. Warning: target's conceptual hunger exceeds localized destruction. Hawkeye energy assimilated. Rudra gritted his teeth. He ate destruction energy. Physical and energy attacks just feed the symbiote's mass. Galactus raised his massive hands, forming a localized singularity, a black hole made of symbiote webbing, and hurled it at Rudra. Chapter 177, The Sun God's Avatar. Rudra dodged the singularity using Ultra Instinct, but the gravitational wake tore at his God Key. He needed an attack that didn't rely on kinetic force or Hawkeye. He needed pure, unadulterated life energy. The natural bane of the symbiote. "System," Rudra commanded. "Unlock the 100% Kryptonian template. Remove the safety limiters." Warning: accessing 100% Kryptonian template without a yellow sun will drain host's life force entirely in 60 seconds. Do it. Rudra's Viltrumite Scion body instantly flooded with the absolute zenith of a prime Superman. But he didn't stop there. He channeled his mastered Ultra Instinct and his massive God Key, pushing it entirely outward. "If you want to be big," Rudra whispered, his eyes glowing with blinding, gold-and-silver light. "Let's be big." Drawing inspiration from the anime data stored in his system, Rudra projected his immense energy outward, forming a colossal, ethereal construct around his physical body. Chapter 178, Searing the Darkness. A giant avatar of pure, gold and silver light materialized in the void of space, identical in size to Galactus. It was a fusion of a Susanoo and a UI giant, powered entirely by 100% Kryptonian solar energy and divine ki. The Venom Galactus roared, lunging at the giant avatar. The two cosmic titans clashed. Galactus tried to bite the avatar's shoulder, but the moment the black symbiote touched the construct, it hissed and burned. This wasn't Hawkeye, this was the pure, unfiltered essence of a billion yellow suns. It burns, the Venom symbiote shrieked, peeling back from Galactus's armor. Giant Rudra didn't give him a chance to recover. He grabbed Galactus by the horns of his helmet, channeling the full 60-second burst of his Kryptonian divine energy directly into the Devourer's mind. "Get off him!" Rudra roared. Chapter 179, The Lifebringer. The absolute, blinding light of the Avatar flooded Galactus's cosmic pathways. The Venom symbiote, unable to adapt to the sheer purity of the solar divine energy, was incinerated at the subatomic level. The black sludge vaporized, turning into harmless white ash that drifted into the void. With the symbiote purged, Galactus ceased struggling. His armor returned to its majestic purple and blue. The Devourer gasped, his mind his own again, but he was starving, on the brink of death. Kryptonian 100% limit reached. Avatar deactivating in 5. 4. Before the Avatar dissolved, Rudra used his remaining administrator rights. He didn't just heal Galactus, he edited his cosmic code. System command, reformat role. Target, Galactus. Attribute change, Devourer and GT Lifebringer. Rudra poured the last of his golden life energy into the Titan. Galactus's armor shifted from purple to a brilliant, shining gold. He was no longer the eater of worlds, he was the seeder of universes. "Go," Rudra said as his giant avatar shattered into light. "Restore what you destroyed." Chapter 180, The Timeline Cracks. Rudra, back in his normal size, floated in space, exhausted. Galactus the Lifebringer bowed his massive head in gratitude, turning away to seed life into the dead planets of Sector 212. Miles, Gwen, and Peter flew over. They had successfully purged the Carnage symbiote from the Silver Surfer, leaving him unconscious but alive on Gwen's construct. "You just turned the biggest threat in the universe into a cosmic gardener," Peter said, shaking his head in disbelief. "You're getting too good at this, boss." "It's about balance," Rudra panted, his system interface glowing a soft, stable blue. "Every threat can be repurposed." But as Rudra spoke, the space behind them didn't just open into a portal, it shattered like a broken clock face. Gears and crinal energy bled into the void. A massive, sword-shaped dreadnought ship breached the timeline, surrounded by the terrifying, ghostly figures of time wraiths. Standing at the helm of the dreadnought was a man with a blue mask and futuristic armor. "Administrator Rudra," Kong the Conqueror's voice resonated through the timeline itself. "You have altered the fixed points of the Omniverse for the last time. The Time Variance Authority has partnered with the Crinal Empire. You are under arrest for crimes against time." Rudra sighed, a spark of psion excitement returning to his tired eyes. "Time travel. I hate time travel." Chapter 181, The Crinal Armada. The sword-shaped dreadnought didn't just hover in space, it phased in and out of reality, existing simultaneously in the past, present, and future. Surrounding the massive ship were thousands of Time Variance Authority, TVA, Minutemen, hovering on crinal skiffs. "Kong," Peter muttered, his anti-venom suit bristling. "I fought a variant of him once. He doesn't fight fair. He fights before you even know you're in a fight." "You are an administrator of a fractured engine," Kang's voice projected through the timeline, speaking directly into their minds. "I am the Conqueror. I have seized the TVA and weaponized the loom of time. By stabilizing the Omniverse, you deny my empire its infinite expansion." "I don't care about your empire," Rudra said, his exhaustion fading as his psion cells provided a rapid Zenkai recovery. "You're trespassing in my sector." "I am not trespassing," Kong smirked from the bridge of his dreadnought. "I have simply rewritten history so that this sector has always belonged to me." Chapter 182, The Speed of Time. Kong pressed a button on his gauntlet. He didn't fire a laser. He fired a localized temporal shift directly at the spider family. Rudra's future sight screamed. He didn't see an explosion, he saw Peter, Miles, and Gwen aging 10,000 years in a single second, turning to dust. Gwen! Containment! Rudra yelled. Gwen reacted instantly, her green lantern ring flaring. She created a massive, emerald crystalstasis sphere around the three of them. Pure willpower acting as an anchor against the shifting sands of time. The temporal wave hit the sphere, turning the green light grey, but the shield held. He's trying to age us out of existence. Miles yelled, pouring his bioelectricity into the shield to reinforce it. He's attacking our timeline, Rudra realized. He tapped into the speed force, yellow lightning violently replacing his silver aura. To fight a time traveler, you have to break the clock. Chapter 183, The Pruning Kong wasn't finished. From the Krynal skiffs, thousands of TVA Minutemen descended, wielding glowing purple reset batons. Prune the anomalies, the lead Minuteman shouted. For the Conqueror. Prune this, Peter snorted. He leaped from Gwen's protective bubble. He didn't just punch the Minutemen, his anti-venom tendrils snatched their reset batons out of their hands. The moment the batons touched the white symbiote, Peter commanded it to adapt to the Krynal frequency. His anti-venom suit glowed with a faint, temporal purple hue. Peter swung a massive, Krynal-infused symbiote blade, cleanly slicing through the Minutemen's armor and short-circuiting their temporal tethers, dropping them into the void of normal space. Miles! Hit the skiffs! Peter ordered. Miles transformed into a bolt of divine lightning, instantly bridging the gap between the hovering platforms. He didn't just electrocute them, he overloaded their Krynal engines, causing the skiffs to violently detonate into harmless sparks of displaced time. Chapter 184, The Wraiths Descend. Rudra watched his team handle the vanguard, his focus entirely on Kong. He vibrated his molecules with the speed force, preparing to phase through the dreadnought's hull. Suddenly, the void grew ice-cold. Screeching, skeletal entities composed of rotting, grey temporal energy phased out of the ether. Time wraiths. The natural immune system of the speed force, corrupted and bound by Kang's technology. They sensed Rudra's immense kinetic energy and swarmed him. Warning, entity contact will result in absolute temporal drain. Speed force connection compromised. A wraith phased its decaying hand directly through Rudra's chest, grasping his Viltrumite heart. Rudra felt his kinetic energy plummet. He couldn't punch them, they had no physical mass. You drain speed. Rudra whispered, his eyes flashing teal. Try draining a god. Chapter 185, Fourth Dimensional Friction. Rudra dropped the speed force entirely. The yellow lightning vanished, replaced by the terrifying, calm silver of God Ki. The time wraiths shrieked in confusion. God Ki possessed no friction. It was a divine state of being, entirely foreign to the temporal physics the wraiths fed upon. Rudra coated his hands in advanced armament haki, but infused it with the static, immovable weight of Conqueror's haki. He reached forward and grabbed the incorporeal wraith by its spectral throat. I am the anchor, Rudra said. He didn't hit the wraith, he simply forced it into the absolute present, crushing its temporal fluidity. The wraith shattered like glass. Rudra moved through the void like a silver ghost, dismantling the remaining wraiths with precise, divine strikes that locked them into fixed points in time, erasing them. Chapter 186, Welcome to Chronopolis. Kong watched his wraiths shatter from the bridge of his ship. He wasn't panicked. He was calculating. You adapt quickly. But you are still fighting on a three-dimensional plane. Kong twisted a dial on his chest plate. The space around Rudra violently collapsed. There was no movement, no transit. Rudra was simply displaced. He appeared in a sprawling, impossible city made of shifting clockwork, floating islands, and inverted pyramids. The sky was a kaleidoscope of swirling nebulae and historical moments playing out in reverse. "Welcome to Chronopolis," Kong said, stepping out of a chronal portal 50 feet away. He held a massive, glowing staff powered by a fractured piece of the time stone. "This realm exists outside of the Omniverse. Here, I am causality. I dictate what happens before it happens." Rudra cracked his neck. "I've killed reality warpers and gods. A guy in a blue mask with a fancy watch doesn't scare me." Chapter 187, The Casual Being. Rudra launched himself forward, instantly closing the distance with his base 50% Viltrumite speed. He threw a punch aimed at Kang's chest plate. Kang didn't move. He simply tapped his staff. Rudra's fist hit empty air. Kang was standing 10 feet to the left. "I didn't teleport," Kang explained mockingly. "I simply paused time, walked over here, and resumed it. You are fighting a war I have already won 1,000 times." Rudra fired a blast of heat vision. Kang rewound time by 2 seconds, stepping out of the path of the beam before Rudra even fired it. Administrator alert, opponent is operating on a nonlinear timeline. Standard combat logic is ineffective. System, Rudra thought. Can we rewrite his chronal field? Negative. Chronopolis is a closed loop. However, as the administrator who merged with the system core, your soul is a casual. You are immune to timeline alterations. Rudra smiled. He can control the environment, but he can't control me. Chapter 188, Mastered Autonomy. Kang raised his staff, preparing to fire a beam of localized temporal deletion. Rudra didn't power up. He closed his eyes and breathed out. The brilliant, magnificent galaxy of silver light exploded around him. Mastered Ultra Instinct. Flashy, Kang sneered, firing the beam. But irrelevant if I freeze time. Kang triggered a total temporal freeze. The swirling skies of Chronopolis stopped. A drop of water hanging in the air froze. Kang walked casually toward the frozen Rudra, raising a chronal blade to sever the anomaly's head. But as Kang swung the blade, Rudra's body moved. Kang gasped, stumbling back. "Impossible! Time is frozen. How are you moving?" "Ultra Instinct doesn't rely on the brain, the timeline, or cause and effect," Rudra said, his voice echoing in the frozen silence. "It is the autonomous reflex of the divine. My body dodges because there is a threat. Time has nothing to do with it." Chapter 189, The Paradox Engine. Kang panicked. He rapidly reversed time, trying to undo Rudra's movement, but Rudra's casual nature made him immune. Rudra existed as an absolute constant. Rudra appeared in front of Kang, the silver light blinding. He drove a fist coated in Hawkeye directly into Kang's chest plate. The chronal armor shattered. Kang coughed up blood, flying backward and crashing into a massive, floating hourglass. "If I cannot rule the timeline, no one will!" Kang screamed, his mind snapping. He slammed his staff into the core of Chronopolis, the paradox engine. The engine whined, glowing with a catastrophic, blinding white light. Critical omniversal threat, paradox overload. Kang is attempting to crash the entire timeline, resetting the omniverse to a primal singularity. "You're a sore loser, Kang," Rudra said, floating into the air. Chapter 190, Fixing the Clock. The paradox engine detonated. A wave of timeline erasing energy swept outward, promising to reduce all of reality to static. Rudra didn't run. He couldn't. He had to act as the anchor. He pushed his mastered ultra instinct to its absolute limit, extending his silver aura to encompass the entirety of the expanding paradox explosion. System. Execute administrator override. Rudra roared. He didn't just use Hawkeye on the physical explosion, he used Hawkeye on the concept of the paradox itself. The absolute destruction energy of the Hawkeye met the absolute erasure of the paradox. The resulting clash violently shook the void outside the Omniverse. The silver light overpowered the white static. The paradox engine collapsed inward, shrinking into a harmless, glowing marble of chronal energy, identical to the phoenix marble Rudra had contained earlier. Kong fell to his knees, utterly defeated, stripped of his technology and his empire. Rudra floated down, his silver aura fading. He picked up the chronal marble. Chronopolis belongs to the Nexus now, Rudra said to the broken conqueror. Omniversal timeline, stabilized. Threat neutralized. Rudra opened a portal back to Sector 212, where his spider family was waiting on the green light platform. He stepped through, tossing the chronal marble into his inventory. You beat him? Peter asked, seeing Rudra's exhaustion. I broke his clock, Rudra smirked. But before they could celebrate, the system interface flashed with a new, golden notification, one unlike any threat they had seen before. Administrator invitation received. The Grand Priest of the Omni King requests your presence. The tournament of the Omniverse is about to begin. Rudra looked at his team, a true scion grin spreading across his face. Pack your bags. We're entering a tournament. The tournament of the Omniverse. To survive, Rudra and his pantheon must fight the strongest anomalies from realities they never knew existed. Chapter 191, The Royal Summons. The golden notification hovering in Rudra's system interface wasn't a warning, it was an engraved, digital invitation. The Omni King? Peter asked, looking over Rudra's shoulder in the Nexus. Is that another Beyonder? No, Rudra replied, his teal eyes reflecting the golden text. The Beyonders built the cage we used to live in. The Omni King is the one who watches the cages for entertainment. He exists above the concept of administrators. Tournament rules: a battle royale in the Null Realm, 10 universes, 5 warriors per universe. The losing universes will be completely erased from the Omniverse. Gwen crossed her arms, her green ring pulsing. So, if we don't fight, we get erased. If we lose, we get erased. Then we don't lose, Miles said, the blue lightning of a thunder god arcing across his shoulders. Who's the fifth? We need one more. Rudra pulled a digitized soul crystal from his inventory. It was the reformed, purified essence of Eddie Brock and the Venom symbiote, cleansed during Phase 2 and upgraded with apocalyptian technology. We need a vanguard who literally cannot die, Rudra said, crushing the crystal. A towering, hyper-evolved Venom materialized, clad in sleek, black and silver cosmic armor. Welcome to the big leagues, Eddie. Chapter 192, The Null Arena. A pillar of pure, blinding rainbow light descended into the Nexus, enveloping the 5 warriors. They were instantly transported to the Null Realm, an endless void of nothingness, save for a massive, spinning arena constructed from the core of a collapsed hypergiant star. Gravity here was subjective, dictated only by a warrior's willpower. Surrounding the arena were grandstands floating in the void. Sitting on the highest throne was a small, childlike entity flanked by tall, angelic attendants. The Omni King and the Grand Priest. Look at the competition, Venom rumbled, his voice a dual-layered cosmic echo. The arena was populated by nightmare entities. Rudra's future sight scanned them instantly, a bald man in a yellow suit who leaked infinite kinetic potential, a being of pure, golden solar energy resembling a prime Kryptonian. A spectral swordsman whose blade cut the concept of distance, and horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Warriors of the Omniverse, the Grand Priest's voice echoed flawlessly in everyone's minds. Survive. The tournament of power begins. Now. Chapter 193, The Opening Bell. The instant the word now was spoken, the arena exploded. It wasn't a metaphorical explosion. The spectral swordsman from Universe 4 drew his blade and cut the arena and the space-time continuum within it into 1,000 floating fragments. Formation Alpha. Rudra roared over the deafening roar of collapsing physics. Gwen reacted in a microsecond. Her ring flared, creating a massive, indestructible green light fortress around their chunk of the arena. A barrage of thousands of magical, planet-busting blasts rained down on the fortress from a squad of Universe 9 demons. Miles. Rudra called out. Miles Morales didn't just cast lightning, he became the storm. He phased through the green shield as pure plasma. 200 million volts, judgment. He unleashed a spherical shockwave of divine electricity that instantly vaporized the magical blasts and paralyzed the demons, sending them plummeting off the edge into the erasing void. Chapter 194, The Limitless Punch. Before Miles could return to the shield, a blur of yellow and red appeared in front of him. It was the bald brawler from Universe 11. The Saitama equivalent. The brawler threw a simple, unrefined straight punch. Rudra's future sight screamed. That punch didn't just carry kinetic force, it carried the conceptual rule of one-hit defeat. Switch! Peter Parker yelled, using his anti-venom tendrils to violently yank Miles backward, taking his place. The brawler's fist slammed directly into Peter's chest. The shockwave parted the void of the Null Realm, blowing away 2 adjacent universes' teams just from the wind pressure. But Peter didn't explode. He didn't even move. The white anti-venom symbiote had instantly adapted. It didn't try to block the infinite force. It liquefied Peter's internal structure at the point of impact, letting the infinite force pass entirely through him and out his back, shattering a distant asteroid. You hit hard, Peter gasped, his suit instantly reforming his solid chest. My turn. Peter formed a massive, vibranium-laced symbiote hammer and smashed the brawler directly into the arena floor. Chapter 195, The Symbiote God of War. The brawler stood up, dusting off his yellow suit, completely unharmed. Okay, he said with a blank expression. Before he could punch again, venom crashed down from above. Eddie Brock wasn't just a brute anymore, Rudra's upgrades had turned him into a localized god of war. Venom morphed his arms into massive, black cosmic plasma cannons. Eat this, Baldy! Venom roared, firing twin beams of concentrated dark matter. The brawler punched the beams, splitting them in half. But the dark matter wasn't meant to hurt him, it was meant to blind him. Gwen swooped in from the flank. She didn't use a giant fist. She constructed a microscopic, green light neural inhibitor directly onto the brawler's brainstem, utilizing her precise cosmic willpower to put his motor functions to sleep. The brawler's eyes fluttered, and he collapsed, snoring peacefully. Venom casually kicked his sleeping body off the arena, eliminating the highest physical threat in the tournament. Chapter 196, The Golden Prime. 4 down, 40 to go, Peter breathed. Suddenly, the temperature in the Null Realm skyrocketed. The green light fortress Gwen had built began to melt. Hovering above them was the warrior from Universe 1. He looked like Superman, but his skin was pure, glowing gold. He had spent 10,000 years inside the core of a super sun. He was Superman Prime 1 million. Your tricks are impressive, Universe 616, the Golden Prime spoke, his voice radiating absolute, crushing hope and heat. But I am the absolute zenith of biological evolution. He fired a beam of heat vision. It wasn't red, it was a blinding, pure white. Get back! Rudra commanded his team. Rudra stepped forward, activating his own 100% Kryptonian template mixed with Super Scion Blue. He fired his own Kamehameha-infused heat vision. The two beams collided. The Null Realm shook violently, the Grand Priest raising a hand to shield the Omni King from the immense cosmic friction. Chapter 197, Clash of the Suns. Rudra's Super Scion Blue Hawkeye beam was absolute destruction. The Golden Prime's beam was absolute creation, pure, life-giving solar energy weaponized into a laser. The resulting clash was a stalemate. "You possess the energy of my race," the Golden Prime noted, floating closer, the beam still locked. "But you are an amalgamation. A copy. I am the source." The Golden Prime pushed harder. His white beam began to overpower Rudra's blue one. "Warning! Host's Kryptonian reserves are being suppressed by a higher-tier solar entity." "I'm not a copy," Rudra snarled. He dropped the beam struggle. Using mastered Ultra Instinct, Rudra let the white beam consume him. But he didn't burn. He allowed the autonomous divine reflex to phase his atoms out of alignment with the destructive frequency of the heat. He swam up the Golden Prime's heat vision, appearing directly in front of the Golden God. Rudra delivered a devastating, haki-coated spinning kick directly to the Prime's jaw. Chapter 198, The Apex Thief. The Golden Prime was sent flying, crashing through 3 layers of the hyperdense arena. Rudra pursued, ready to knock him out of bounds, but someone beat him to it. From the shadows of the rubble, a tall, gaunt alien with horns, the Moro/All-for-One equivalent of Universe 7, stepped out. He placed a hand on the stunned Golden Prime's chest. "I'll take that," the thief whispered. In a horrifying display of magic, the Golden Prime's golden aura was violently sucked into the thief's palm. The invincible Superman withered into a frail, powerless husk and was instantly teleported out of the arena, eliminated. The thief turned to Rudra. The alien's gaunt body violently expanded, his skin turning glowing gold. He had stolen the absolute power of the Prime. "Delicious," the thief laughed. "Now, let me taste your divine energy." Chapter 199, A Stolen Miracle. The thief vanished, moving with the stolen speed of the Golden Prime. He appeared behind Rudra and grabbed him by the neck. Rudra's mastered Ultra Instinct flared, attempting to autonomously break the grip, but the thief's magic was instantaneous. "Copy." The thief released Rudra and stepped back. Suddenly, the thief's golden aura was enveloped in a brilliant, galaxy-like silver light. The alien's eyes turned piercing silver. He had successfully copied mastered Ultra Instinct. "Boss!" Peter yelled, seeing Rudra standing perfectly still, his own silver aura flickering. The thief smirked. "I have the strength of a prime god and the autonomous reflex of the angels. You cannot touch me. Every move you make, I will dodge before you even formulate the thought." The thief rushed Rudra. He threw a flurry of attacks that were mathematically impossible to evade. Rudra's own UI countered, resulting in a blinding, high-speed clash of silver light where neither warrior could land a clean hit. Chapter 200, The Administrator State. Rudra was losing ground. The thief's copied UI combined with the Prime's strength was overwhelming Rudra's stamina. Critical warning: Mastered Ultra Instinct cannot defeat a mirror of itself powered by superior raw stats. Rudra blocked a massive golden punch, his arms trembling. "You're right, system," Rudra thought. "Ultra Instinct is a program. It's a martial art that relies on instinct." Rudra closed his eyes. The silver aura of mastered Ultra Instinct vanished entirely. The thief laughed. "Giving up? Your body knows it cannot win." "I'm not giving up," Rudra said, opening his eyes. They weren't silver. They weren't blue or teal. They were pure, scrolling, digital blue code. He wasn't accessing a martial art. He was accessing the source code of the Omniverse. "I am the administrator," Rudra said quietly. The thief threw a punch intended to decapitate Rudra. Rudra didn't dodge. He simply looked at the thief's fist. System command: edit value. Target: kinetic force. Set to 0. The thief's fist struck Rudra's cheek and stopped dead, possessing exactly 0 kinetic energy. It felt like a gentle breeze. The thief's silver UI eyes widened in absolute panic. "What? what did you do? I turned off your physics engine, Rudra whispered. He raised a single finger, glowing with blinding, conceptual blue light. He flicked the thief in the chest. System command, edit coordinates. Target, out of bounds. The thief was instantly, violently launched backward at 1,000,000 times the speed of light, blasted completely out of the null realm and eliminated in a single second. The arena fell dead silent. Even the Omni King leaned forward in awe. Rudra had achieved the administrator state.